Hello,
Very
everybody. How are
exciting,
you all
isn't it?
doing? Yeah, I love the intro. It's good music. It's good
It's
music.
such a bop. I was properly bopping away.
Yeah,
Hello,
absolutely.
everybody.
Yeah, hi everyone. How are you all doing today? It's nice to see a good few people in the chat already. Welcome to Games Talks live in October 2025. I'm Harry. I am the community and content manager for Games Talks Live. And today, I've been running these alone previously if you've been here before, but today we've got a super awesome special guest co-host, Luci Holland. Hi,
Oh,
Lucy.
thank you. That's such a nice introduction. Hi, Harry. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing
Yes.
good. I've had a bit of a late lunch today in preparation for this because I was creating some backups in case of technical difficulties, but we're all
Good.
good
I'm
now. I've
prepared.
had some
Thank you.
lunch,
Thanks for
so I'm
your hard
properly
work.
prepared. Yes. Yeah. Nah, but yeah. So Lucy, you are I believe it's director for Tinderbox Collective. Is
Oh,
that correct? Is
not
it?
quite. I'm a
No.
I'm a
Oops.
producer with Thunderbolts
Producer.
Collective. No, don't worry, don't worry. But in a
Yeah.
way, in a way, we're quite a small core team, I suppose. So a lot of us do lots of things across all the projects. But yeah, Tinderbox, we're a collective of young people, musicians, artists, creative technologists, and youth workers. And we run all sorts of projects around access to music and arts that spans a lot of things. You can go to tinderboxcollective.org to have a look. But we also run some games design programs for young people and older artists, where we build games over our term time with a group of about 15 to 20 young people. So I'm involved in some of the music stuff at Tinderbox, but I also love to work on the games with the young people. We've got a very cool one on the go just now, actually.
Oh, that's awesome. That sounds really cool. I mean, good luck with all that kind of stuff. I mean,
Thank
love a good bit
you.
of that volunteering kind of that volunteering and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
It's just so nice to work with young people as well. Like kids have
It
got
is.
such creative ideas. They just go off in totally different directions, I think. And it's so nice to see when they've made something and they're obviously proud of it and can see their contribution to it. So yeah, I
Yeah,
consider myself
absolutely.
very lucky. It's a good time.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. First I'm gonna quickly ask just to people in the chat, because obviously we've got a good few people here. Like, where are you guys all tuning in from? Let us know in the chat. Because I mean, last time we were doing this, we had like a lot of people from like, America and other like countries in Europe also like tuning in, which was quite cool. So it would be good to see where people are coming in from. But
Yeah, hellos and locations.
hello,
Addresses in the
hello.
chat. No, that's a joke.
Don't post your entire address in the chat. Please don't do that.
Full address in the chat, please. Thank you.
Nice. Magic Sketch coming from Dundee in the UK. That is super cool.
Amazing. Hello.
India, very
Oh, the
nice.
man in
Very
India.
cool.
Very cool.
Awesome stuff.
Thanks for
Yeah.
joining us. What time is it in India just now? Are they ahead? Are you ahead over there?
Yeah, they would be ahead of us.
Aberdeen, nice one.
Nice.
My
Dundee,
family.
Aberdeen.
I'm
Yeah.
originally from up there, so a bit like.
Yeah. I'm currently streaming this from Dundee, also for reference. I'm sitting here just like looking. In fact, if we just kind of get the camera up, because we can start to see people tuning in, and there's Lucy on the tech, right below.
Other Lucy.
Right below on the camera. Other Lucy.
Real in-person Lucy.
Lucy with a Y. Hello.
I'm virtual Lucy.
Yes.
A man said it's 9 p.m. in India. Gosh.
That's pretty amazing. Good gosh, yeah. Yeah, we can already see we've got like some people starting to tune in and start networking up in Glasgow, and we're just sitting there going, basically be like, let us in. But no, we're.
I feel like we get to observe it from the comfort of our own homes.
Yeah, comfort of our
We're all
own
sitting
homes.
comfy at home. I hope everybody's comfortable.
Our own drinks, our own choice. Here we are. We've got Sarah, our people on the camera. Hello. I'm tempted to put on Sarah's talk first now that she's here. Let's see if I have that. I believe I do.
Yeah, let's watch a wee talk while everyone gets ready and settled. I think everything's kicking off at 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Everything goes
basically
live?
everything's kicking off at 5. So we've got some time for now. Here's what we're going to do basically tonight, because hi Colin. There's Colin also up on the stream as well. We're seeing everybody today. how's this going to work tonight is alongside all the regular talks, we've got, if you've not heard of Games Talks Live before, basically they're a bunch of rapid fire games industry talks brought in by a whole bunch of awesome like industry specialists who have 10 minutes to deliver a cool, very like specialized talk. Lucy, you've done one previously as well. It's how is the experience of doing one of these talks? It's quite...
The experience of it is lots of fun, I think, because it's such a lovely vibe and interesting crowd of people. You know, we've got so much to share and talk about. So I've also hosted one in person as well, and I love that too. That was great fun. Doing my talk. Oh, hi, Colin. Hello. How's it going? Thumbs up.
Yes.
Good stuff. Yeah, doing my talk. I feel like I didn't do it very well.
Oh no, it's good.
I was frazzled. I was in frazzled mode. Oh, something just collapsed behind my desk.
Yeah. So hello, Brian, as well in the chat as well. Familiar names. Yeah. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put on one of these past talks, but tonight, as well as our talks, basically there's going to be 3 talks in each segment, then like a half an hour and maybe like an hour break for while everyone has dinner. But in between those breaks, not only are we here, not only are we going to be also showing off some talks as well from previous GTL events, we also have a bunch of gift cards to give away. That's right. We have a budget now. We are splashing out. So specifically, we've got 5 different gift cards to offer. It all totals up around £50, and we're going to be giving them out in rounds. So it's like the lowest value first, and then going up to the highest value towards the end. So incentives to stick around. So yeah, we've got basically 2 Google Play £5 gift vouchers to give away. We've got a PlayStation voucher for £10. And a Nintendo and Xbox vouchers for £15 each. So, you know, it's all to play for. All to play for. Christmas gifts to play for. We've got Vicky here as well, who is one of our speakers towards the end of the day, which is very cool. Nice. And yeah. But
just if you want to take... Harry, there we go. I was just about to ask, how do people get involved? There we go.
Yes. If you want to get involved.
There's your link.
If we want this to basically be open for the people who are watching us, you know, during the breaks and watching the events now. So you got to stick around. There's going to be a new form every time. So during the break, going to put up one of these new forms. It's going to be one while we play a talk. Go to the link. I've also posted it here in the chat for you guys for our first round. Go in. You'll have to pop in your email. So if you win the code, we can send it over to you, but we'll delete it afterwards pretty much. And, you know, what your name is, so we can add you, and we're going to be doing it in a pretty fun way. I've got marbles on stream. We're going to do some marble runs, and it's going to be very cool. There are some very weird stages, so we're going to just see how that goes to determine the winner. It's the fairest way, of course. Digitized gravity.
And marbles.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll keep this playing. Make sure you go do that. You have until the end of this talk to do so, and then we'll just... I think we'll see about running the first one, or maybe we'll see what happens. We'll play it a bit by ear. But to start with, I'm gonna
keep it mysterious.
Yeah, keep it nice and mysterious. But yeah, to start with, I'm going to grab up the video file because I've accidentally lost the video file.
What talk are you going for, Harry?
I've decided I'm going for Sarah's talk first. So Sarah, who is
in honor of.
Yes, who does the cameras? So a lot of the camera work is Sarah's. She did a really nice little talk about basically getting into the industry and some of the stuff that she's faced, which we will play for you pretty much now.
Hi, so I am Sarah, and yes, as mentioned, I'm a videographer. And I would love to chat to any of you about videography and making videos. If you have any questions, just let me know. But right now, I'm not here to talk about videos. I'm here to talk about something a little more exciting and a little bit spicier. It's rejection. So, but more specifically, rejecting rejection, because we need to think of it in a healthy way, and it is possible to think of it in a healthy way. So let's think about that. So I realized yesterday, after I'd already presented once, that this looks like it's a list of my CV. And it's not. It's instead of intro, I should have written, what are the ways that we can get rejected? So there are so many ways in this industry. You can get rejected from a job, is the really obvious one. You might be applying, submitting your film to a publisher, or maybe you're applying for funding. And so I do film, as I've mentioned. So I sometimes submit to film festivals, and they either get rejected or accepted. But you might be applying a little bit more games-wise. You might be applying for an award. You might get shortlisted. You might not get shortlisted. You might not win. You might win. And you might be sitting there thinking, oh, well, I own my own company. I have a job. This isn't relevant to me. It is relevant to you, because if you are not getting rejected, you are doing the rejection. And I'm going to talk to you later on in the presentation. So the opposite of rejection, obviously, is acceptance. And people don't go out of their way to reject people. Ideally, usually people say, oh, we would love to accept 10 people, but there was only one place. And they do mean that. I know it sounds cliche when they say it, but when someone is looking for a candidate for a job, they want the best candidate for that job. And so if they have to reject 100 people, then unfortunately that's what they have to do if there's only one position. So obviously having a lot of experience can put you much further ahead. That's the main thing that we all sort of think about and look at when we're looking at jobs specifically. Having contacts can be really helpful, mainly to get your foot in the door, because just because you know someone at a company doesn't mean that they're going to accept your game or accept you for a job. But it can help you sort of get past that initial conversation. So I'm going to tell you a couple of stories about how I got jobs in retail that made me reconsider the whole sort of job application process. So one of them, I applied for a job, and it was a chain store that I'd worked at 5 years earlier. And they just accepted me immediately because they went, oh, well, she's worked here before. I'd worked at a different store 500 miles away 5 years earlier. They might as well have trained up a whole new employee. And so if you think about all the other like very well-rounded people who may have applied to that, and I got it because I'd worked there before. Yeah, that was a weird situation for me because they, like I said, they basically had to train me up from scratch. And another job I got, they asked me in the interview, so when can you start? Can you start next week? Can you start tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, I'm free tomorrow, whatever. I wasn't free every day, but I was free that tomorrow. They should have thought about that. But that means that they would have rejected everyone else purely because I was free tomorrow. And again, if you think about that, it isn't that much of an attack on your character to not get a job for like petty reasons like that. But then if you think about the bigger things, such as the experience aspect, if someone else has more experience than you, that doesn't put down the experience that you have. It just means there was a better candidate. So how can we reduce rejection? The main thing to think about is that you make your own luck. So this is a very fun thing to know, which is that just by being here, you are making yourself luckier. So last week I was shooting a film, a video for Alistair Low Tech Games, and I thought to myself, how lucky am I that he chose me out of anyone that he could have chosen to make a video with him. And then I thought, well, Alistair didn't just like throw a dart at a wall and go, oh, I guess it's Sarah. Oh, that's so lucky. He and I met each other years ago at one of these similar events. And we keep in touch with each other. We share work with each other. He's seen videos that I've made here. He's seen other videos that I've made. And so when he needed a video made for him, obviously he thinks, who do I know? I know Sarah. So I had, over the years, without specifically targeting Alistair, I had built up that reputation, and I had put myself in a position where he would ask me to make something for him. So like I said, there are so many things that you can do that can help you become luckier. Coming to events like this, putting yourself out there, really helpful. Also, just look after yourself in general, because if you're eating well, exercising, getting a lot of sleep, I know it's preachy, we all know this, we all ignore it, but it will make you a more successful person. It will put you in a better position to work at your day job, to do your side projects. Just don't forget that that is an important thing to think about as well. But also, this is more how to sort of reduce the mental effect of rejection. Don't back yourself into a corner and put yourself in a worse place than necessary. So earlier this year, I had applied for a job which I really thought I was guaranteed. No one ever told me I was guaranteed it. But I thought to myself, I'm definitely going to get it. I have my interview next week, so I'm just going to cancel my other interviews, because why would I apply for other jobs when I have this one coming up? And I just stopped applying for stuff, and then I got rejected, and I thought, oh my gosh, I have nothing now. I don't have any interviews coming up. I'm not in contact with any businesses. I'm back to square one. I'm basically back at the start of my job search. And I thought, why would they do this to me? But they didn't do that to me. The company did not do that to me. I did that to myself because I should have just kept putting myself out there, because that's always going to be helpful. We can always get more experience in selling our products, pitching ourselves. Those skills are going to be helpful at any stage in your career. So just keep putting yourself out there. Even if you feel like you've got this, backups are really, really helpful and safe and healthy, and don't make my mistakes. So we also want to just reframe the whole rejection thing, because rather than thinking, oh, another rejection, they hate me, if we can think about the fact that you go, okay, that one didn't work out, what do we do next? So for example, when I got rejected from that job, I thought, what else can I do that's a little bit different? And so I've been doing some QA, some testing, and I've been really enjoying it. And it's really different to the other stuff that I was applying for. I'm very happy to chat about that later if you'd like. Not in my talk, but just networking. So yeah, just think about different opportunities that you might have. Maybe there's like a different fund that you don't know quite if you qualify for. Things like that, just a little bit different. Be creative, and it should be exciting to think, well, we're not doing that thing, but we could do anything now because we're not tied to that. And like I've mentioned, interview experience, all that sort of thing is very, very helpful and is just always going to be useful. Making contacts, you can do that while you're pitching. If someone thinks this game isn't right for now, they might send you a rejection. Maybe 6 months from now, something else comes up and they go, we'd really like to hear from you again. That will always put you forward. And just learning about other companies and the industry as a whole will make you a more successful person and make your game more successful. And don't let yourself forget your achievements. Don't get to the end of a day and go, I didn't get this done, I didn't get that done. Just remember to remind yourself of everything you did get done, because I promise you are more productive than not. So now I'm talking to the people doing the rejections. So I didn't appreciate getting from a high-end Scottish television production an email from them saying, "Dear candidate, I know that you might have hundreds, even thousands of applicants, and that you don't have time to send out a rejection to each of them individually. But very exciting is that there is Microsoft Access, Microsoft Excel, and both of those can do that sort of thing for you with form letters. So you might go, oh, but they're pretty complicated, I don't know how to use them. But you're coders, you can work it out, okay? Another thing is time of day. This is quite a simple one, but last month I was at Colin's birthday party having a great time at Akeli. My phone buzzed. I thought, wonder what that is, had a look at it, and it was a rejection letter. And I thought, who on earth is sending out rejection letters at 9 p.m. on a Saturday night? Poor them, right? Much rather be getting that than sending that. But I know that like a lot of people are busy, and if you really absolutely only can send that letter at 9 p.m. on a Saturday night, just schedule it for Monday morning, because I can wait. I'd rather wait. Let me dance. Also, if you can give feedback, that is invaluable to any of us, whether it's a game that we're pitching, whether it's ourselves that we're pitching. So please do give feedback. Again, I know you might be getting hundreds or even thousands of candidates, but feedback, if someone gets to an interview stage, I think it's really, really polite and kind if you can give specific feedback. So earlier this year, someone phoned me specifically to say, I'm really sorry you didn't get the job. We loved speaking to you in the interview. We had a really nice chat and think that you would be a good fit for other roles, so do get in touch with us in the future. And it did make me feel a lot better about the whole experience than if I had just got a nameless, faceless email from them, because you do sit down and you chat to them and you get to know them, and interviews do go both ways. So if you then leave me feeling bad about that experience, I'm going to think differently about your company. And it does happen that people say, oh, I interviewed at this place and they were really bad about rejecting me and I would never apply there again. So you want to make sure that everyone leaves this experience feeling good, no matter what the outcome is. So yes, I hope you've enjoyed the cat photos as well. It's not a very visually interesting topic, so There's my cat playing VR. And he's just here. And yeah, come and chat with me, like I said. And if I come up to you, don't reject me or I'll cry.
Wow, I can't believe that cut off right there. Yeah, awesome. That's a lovely talk from Sarah to start us off with. So we've got a couple of minutes before the show starts. Real quick, I think we can very quickly fit in our first marble run. I'm just hopping straight into it. But we've got our first marble run for everyone who's basically going in. I also did kind of add us two to it just because I like having more of them as well. And because we're technically watching the stream as well.
There's Brian.
Yeah. We're just gonna quickly go through this one immediately. So everyone's been definitely added.
Whoa, Aman's in the lead.
Yeah,
Fergus
we see
closely behind.
It's currently Aman versus Fergus, who are absolutely taking this.
Thank you everybody for getting into the draw as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not only to win fabulous prizes, but you're supporting more of these events. And I believe, is there charity this time, Harry?
Yes, there is. When Colin starts his talk, we will
it'll be revealed.
Definitely be revealed. It's currently all of the profits that Games Talks Live makes. It's always like raising charity specifically for War Child this time as well, which is a brilliant charity. All right, it seems that
congratulations.
Congratulations to Aman. I remember that this one's like a very weird one because it's like whichever gets closest to the center. This software.
Oh, it's like a bullseye.
Yes, it's supposed to be like a bullseye one. We're gonna go with whoever went first though, which was Aman. So Aman, you have won £5 in Google Play gift card vouchers.
Congratulations.
And there could be more to go. Who knows? There could be more to go. There will be more to go even. I promise you that.
You just beat me, Aman.
But now we've just got about 1 more minute to go. So I think we're going to leave you for a little bit. We've got 3 awesome talks coming up first up. And then me and Lucy will be back to have a chat with you once that's done.
Can't wait. I'm excited for them to kick off. I think we've got Jennifer up first.
Yeah, we've got
We'll have an introduction
Jennifer
from
up
Colin
first.
as well, won't we?
Yes. Oh. I'm going to ask Lucy to probably
very loud.
Yeah, I think the audio is quite loud for that one. So we'll hold off, but that means the audio does work this time.
We're already ahead. Excellent.
Apologies, everybody. Yeah, we'll basically just wait for this to go, and I think hopefully all the audio should be good. We'll be back in a bit if it does.
Fingers crossed.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see everyone. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Oh, you can tell Lucy fixed the mic, and it's not for giants like me. There we go. That's better. That's better. Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for coming along tonight. We will just get some slides up in a second. If you don't know me, my name's Colin MacDonald. I've been running these events for a number of years. These days, as a quick introduction, we run them as part of the Scottish Game Developers Association. So as well as doing these events twice a year, we are about to run an accelerator. We do networking events at conferences like Develop and Gamescom, and we're going to do a whole bunch of other events. So get on the mailing list if you're not already, and we'll keep you updated with all the stuff that we're doing and just all the other game stuff that's going on in Glasgow and Scotland, whether we're organising it or not. We just want to promote as much that's going on as possible. The point of these events is a couple of different purposes. One is just to bring us together as an industry, because for years, all too often, we only seem to meet each other out at other conferences, and it was nuts that we never actually met in Glasgow, in Dundee, or in Edinburgh. So part of this is just an excuse to get out, have a natter, have a drink, and get to mingle with one another. But it's also to provide a focus where people outside the local games industry, whether they're in Scotland, but not necessarily games, or outside of Scotland, but they've heard about the amazing talent in Scotland, and people from publishers, investors, want to come up and just meet everyone. So it's the fact that you've come out tonight gives an excuse for all these people to come up and meet you. The whole point of tonight is to network. All the talks are 10 minutes. They're basically a conversation starter. There's a limit to how much detail anyone can go into in 10 minutes. The point of anyone speaking really is just the start of the conversation, which is why we've got all the networking breaks after every 3 talks. So use the breaks, go up to the speakers. They're doing a talk because they want to talk about what they've done, because they want to meet more people and find out other interesting things they can do in the future. So do just chat to everyone. We did the first one of these back in April 2019. That was up in Dundee. We've done a few since then. This is now going to be our 40th event. How cool is that? This is easily the most intimidating PowerPoint slide I've ever done in my life. And the fact that we've booked the next couple as well, just I don't know how we're going to fit them all in. It's terrifying. But the reason we keep doing them is because the feedback's so great. Everybody seems to get a lot out of them. So my wife asks kindly if you could all say this was rubbish and it's not worth doing again, because then I could stop doing them. But seriously, these are great fun, and it's great to hear they're useful. But do give us a shout if there's any feedback, positive or negative. On your name badge, if you've been here before, actually, who's here for the first time? Who's never been to a Games Talks Live before? Oh, a bunch of people. Excellent. Welcome. Your name badge, sorry to say, but your name badge, if this is your first time, you won't have any medals on it, I'm afraid. However, if you come back at our next events in March, because you've been to consecutive events, you'll have 1 medal on your name badge. So who's got 1 medal on their name badge as it stands? Who was here last time? Excellent. Who's got 2? A couple of 2 medals. Who's got 3? A few 3 medals. Who's got 4 medals? Nobody's got 4 medals. 1 at 4 medal. Who's got 5, which is the maximum? Way! Give them a round of applause. Gamification's amazing, isn't it? These are, as well as a bit of fun, these are kind of meant as another talking point. So in the breaks, you can look at someone's badge, and not only can you ask them about what their job is, what company they work for, you can also see how many of these they've come along to. If they've got a little speech bubble on their name badge, it means they've spoken or hosted one of these before as well at any point in history. So it's just a conversation starter. So you use anything like that as a bit of fun. We've got a whole bunch of brilliant speakers again tonight. The schedule is online. We've given up trying to keep the PowerPoint up to date, so it's just online. So you can scan this code. It is on your badge. So you've got the schedule around your neck at all times. If the schedule changes dramatically, we'll keep it up to date on the website. So just scan the link on your badge. All the talks are just 10 minutes, and we'll try and keep everyone to that, just so that we can save all the time for all important networking. Particularly for people that are coming for the first time before, we just want to make sure everyone has a safe and fun time. The games industry doesn't always have the best history where there's booze involved. So although it's great that we get to have a couple of drinks on behalf of our sponsors, please do just look out for anyone else that might not be having a good time. If you see anybody that doesn't look comfortable, give us a shout, either myself, Lucy, or volunteers on the door, and let's just make sure everyone has a great time and everyone goes home safely and everything, please. Speaking of safety, there's no fire alarms. If the fire alarm scheduled, if it does go off, down the stairs out onto Argyle Street. And I'd like to thank all the sponsors that have made today possible. These are all the ones that are the members of the Scottish Game Developers Association. So a big thank you to Team Terrible, Game Maker, Escape Technologies, Pocket Sized Hands, Blazing Griffin, Screenburn Interactive, Ninja Kiwi, 4J Studios, Hyperluminal Games, Blackadders, Rivet Games, and Johnston Carmichael. And I also need to give a thanks to Glasgow Council, who have sponsored this event, not the previous two in Edinburgh or Dundee, obviously, but this event. So thank you very much. If you can give all those sponsors a big round, please. We also, it's a long time since these events were just me. There's now a whole host of people helping, doing all sorts of things. So checking you in, we had Lewis and Jacob on registration. Give us a wave. Excellent. Thank you very much, gents. Many of you know Sarah, the videographer, Jeremy, the photographer, might be around later, so chat to them. If you don't want your picture or video taken of you, just let them know or let me know, and we'll check any footage before it goes out afterwards. And we've got Lucy, as ever, on sound, on engineering, and not just sound, video, everything happens because of Lucy. So thank you, Lucy. Over the 39 events that we've done to date, we always try and raise a couple of quid for a good cause. We've helped a whole range of amazing causes over the years. So we've raised money, extra money this week, but at the start of this week, the total we'd raised over the years for these great causes combined is now a total of £42,000, which is amazing. We're easily at 43 already this week, so thanks so much if you've donated or are thinking about donating later on to the raffle. We want to keep increasing this total while we're getting together if we can raise money for good causes. So today we're going to support War Child, who protect, educate and stand up for the rights of children living in war zones, of which there's way too many at the moment. So in terms of our raffle, I'll run through the prizes, but as well as the raffle, we also have some merch. We've arrived, we've got merch. How cool is this? So we had the beanies before and the Games Talks Live pin badges. New for this week, we've got the SGDA pin badges. So if you fancy getting your hands on any of those, see Cian or myself, we take card payment for those. All the proceeds go to War Child as well if you want to grab them. And it's a really cold night. You're going to need a beanie for getting home tonight. And the pin badges will keep you warm as well if you buy enough of them or something. Just as a reminder, the Games Talks Live pin badge is not only very sexy, it also glows in the dark. So you can light your way home with your warm beanie on. In terms of the raffle itself, if you go to this QR code, that'll take you to the Just Giving page. So everything you donate goes straight to War Child. Basically, the way it works is for every £5 that you donate, we'll assign you one ticket to be drawn in the raffle that we'll do towards the end of tonight. So if you donate £5, you'll have your name in the draw once. If you donate £50, it'll be in 10 times. So the more you donate, the more chances you have to win. The only thing to remember, if you make a donation, please leave your name next to your donation, because every single time we always draw a winner of Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous, and it's really hard to give those prizes out when we don't know what people are called. So just leave your name with a donation, please. So the prizes are, we have got a selection of dark games from Super Rare Games. We've also got a collection of light games from Super Rare Games. We've got a console bundle from P-Cube. I think it's the PS5 bundle we've got left for tonight. It should be that. We've got a collection of games courtesy of Devolver. Thank you, Reese. I saw you somewhere earlier on. Thank you so much. We've got a bundle of games from Team 17. One of our speakers tonight Rob runs Midnight Trading Company, who've produced the physical board game Hot Shot Pickleball. We actually have 2 of those available to be drawn in the raffle tonight. And Wired Productions have also given us a bundle of Steam codes. And we also have 1 physical plushie. This is a money can't buy. These are no... I think they were limited edition, but no longer available for sale, with extras that were never for sale. Red Dead plushie, if you're a fan of Vampire Survivors, you want to get your hands on that. And then I think we're also going to have a Games Talks Live hoodie available. So if you fancy looking like one of our amazing volunteers with our swanky hoodie on as a memento of this special event with the dates and everything, they're very cool. We'll auction one of those at the end of the night as well. So as a reminder for the raffle to support War Child, get your donations in through that QR code, and we'll draw that about 8:30, 9 o'clock towards the end of the night. I think that's everything that you need to hear from me. We've got a bunch of amazing speakers, one of whom you're going to hear from shortly. He's flying back to the States tomorrow. We've got someone flown in from Greece that you'll hear later on from. So thank you for turning up and making it possible to bring in all these exotic speakers from all over the place. I'm looking forward to hearing their talks as well. So what I'd like to do is to hand you over to a host so that you don't have to listen to me all evening. So our host for this evening is a voice actor, writer, and animal handler, which I thought was very appropriate for hosting an event in Glasgow. On all 3 fronts, let's be honest. So please welcome to the stage Mr. Alex Stewart.
I honestly did not expect him to go on my LinkedIn. So, my name's Alex C. Stewart. I became a voice actor because I like attention, but I don't like being looked at. So this is wonderful. I can't talk about any of the games I've worked for or auditioned for. So instead, I have played about 16 days of Baldur's Gate 3. So that shows my passion for this industry. So happy to be hosting Games Talks Live tonight. It's a wonderful event. I've spoken to so many incredible, interesting people and made some really good friends. So, big thanks to Colin and SGDA for making this event happen every time. And without further ado, our first talk is from Jennifer Javornik, Chief Partnerships Officer at Filament Games, an award-winning educational, serious, and mixed reality game developer, championing that playful experiences can improve people's lives. Please welcome to the stage, Jennifer Javornik.
All right, hi everyone. I think games are amazing. The games entertain and bring us together and give us challenges. Our studio does all of that, but we also make games to change the world. So we're focused on games for education, for healthcare, for nonprofits, for governments. And so, assuming that most of you don't work in this field, I thought it might be interesting for you to give you a sampling of some of the strangest projects that we've worked on, to give you an idea of what games can actually do. So I'm going to focus on the types of projects and problems that our clients has asked us to solve. The first one here is a need to, it was a client who felt compelled to bring more diverse minds into data science careers. Apparently data science isn't always hip with the teenagers these days. So we created a tycoon-style game where you build up your music studio, recruiting artists, coming up with hit singles, deciding where to release said singles, all based on data. And soon, we never tell them that it's a game about data science, but just the game, the way it structures, gives you access to a lot of data and charts, and soon enough you find out that if you consult the data, you're gonna do better in the game. We worked with a company called Blue Note Therapeutics. who identified that there was a need to bring meaning-centered therapy to the world. It's actually usually practiced one-on-one, and it's the type of therapy that patients get at the end of their lives to make meaning out of their legacy. The issue is that not very many therapists are trained with how to bring a patient through this very structured therapeutic program. And because it's structured in terms of how the patient goes through different reflections, we were able to work with them to develop a whole video game to take patients through that type of therapy and giving so many more patients access to it. I'm from Wisconsin, which is one of the states that produces most of America's dairy. We worked with the university in Wisconsin who really identified a big problem, or a way to increase yield in cattle farms is actually to make the cows more comfortable. And the way cows are relaxed and more comfortable has a lot to do with how cattle handlers handle them as they move them through different times of their day and through milking pens. So we worked with a bunch of cattle scientists to develop a strategy game where you move cows through their day. The game is actually called Moving Cows. This is an interesting one. We worked with a medical startup based in kind of the Midwest who were focused on the issue of kids and MRIs. So MRIs, if you've ever had one, it's the big tube where you lie flat and they kind of bring your body through the machine. Many, not surprisingly, a lot of kids have trouble staying still, and actually, the more they wiggle around, the more the MRI time is extended. I think MRIs are challenging for anyone, but particularly kids, and particularly kids who are probably some level of ill, it's really hard to keep them still. So video games to the rescue. We developed a game two different games. This game was a game set in a cave where the controller was your body, and the more you laid still in the MRI machine, the more it propelled you forward in the game, unlocking different achievements. It was really challenging to make a game that was compelling enough to keep the kids interested, but not too exciting that they might jump or physically react. So we developed both games, and they did testing, before they released it, and they saw a significant improvement in the rates that kids could stay still during MRIs, which is really significant. A lot of museums in the United States and probably around the world are facing funding issues. We worked with a museum in Boston called the Museum of Science that was looking at how do we extend our impact beyond our physical space in Boston, Massachusetts. So what's interesting about Museum of Science Boston is that they actually are the house of all non-classified artifacts that NASA requires in their mission to Mars. So we created a multiplayer game on Roblox called Mission to Mars, where kids get to practice space science. We worked with a client out in California who was looking at reimagining physical and occupational and cognitive therapy for patients in VR. Particularly, it was a VR device with different sensors on all of the joints of the patient's body. We worked particularly with them to create an experience for traumatic brain injury patients. What's challenging about that is not only are they physically impaired, but they also have cognitive impairments, and it's really trying to get them to do activities that use both their body and their mind is particularly challenging. So we created an experience called Mindful Market, where you take on different jobs in the town, where you both are asked to do kind of typical physical therapy movements with some simple cognitive exercises. In this video clip, you're asked to make a sandwich in a particular order. Another medtech project we did was actually with a company in California named Achille. They actually get most of the credit on this one. We just assisted them. And they were a company that was founded on believing strongly that there was a way to help people with ADD and ADHD that was beyond pharmaceuticals and medication. So we assisted them in developing their game called Endeavor. It's a game that actually helps with attention training, gradually increasing people's attention spans over time. What's so significant about Achille is they were the first company to obtain FDI clearance on their therapeutic approach, so much so that the only way you can get this game is it's prescribed by a doctor because it is now considered medication. They've really just blown the cover off the idea of using games as medicine, and we're all eagerly seeing how this industry develops. I think one of the common issues we come across is people in corporate training where they, if you've ever worked in a corporate environment, it's very easy to play the video and walk away. So as soon as we can create video games where the game doesn't move forward unless you play it, we now have much better impact. So we worked with a company who was focused on chemical safety training, and we developed a choice-based game. What's so good about any kind of disaster-based training in video games is you don't have to light your warehouse on fire to actually create, similar urgent situations. One area we got really interested in as a company, and this is our own IP, is robotics. So there's so much robotics is a future-facing skill. It's interdisciplinary. It's very cool, but at least in the United States, it's really reserved for families and districts that are wealthy. First problem is you need a teacher who knows robotics themselves to be able to teach it. They then have to buy the kits that get broken and lost. So we thought, wouldn't it be cool if we could faithfully recreate a high school robotics kit in digital and actually have kids experiment with building robots to address a bunch of realistic and kind of fantastical situations. This is a product that we got funded by the US government. Roblox then came knocking. They asked us to build a version in Roblox, and then Meta came knocking, and they asked us to build a version for Meta. So robotics for all. The last example I have is actually in civics. There's an organization in the US called iCivics, focused on civics education, founded by former Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. Her firm belief was our democracy wouldn't work unless everyone understood how the government worked. So as of today, we've built 23 games for iCivics, the largest instantiation of a single subject. All the games are offered free to to anyone around the world. And they currently have an awesome 70% penetration rate in US schools. That means 70% of teachers use iCivics in the classroom. So for now, all I can say is that we will continue to build more games about American democracy. Wish us luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Okay, our next talker is... Our 1.5 beers. Our next speaker is Luci Holland, co-founder and head of production at Cahoots Studios, to talk Introducing Move Summit, Scotland's animation gathering. Please welcome Luci Holland.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm still Luci. I'm the co-founder of Cahoots, but more importantly for this evening, I'm the program director of Move Summit. And so tonight, I'd just like to introduce to anyone who doesn't know about Move, who hasn't been before, this event that we put on every year in February, in case you think it might be something that you'll have an interest in being part of. So has anyone here been to Move before? Oh, right, okay, great. Quite a lot of people. Well, hopefully the next few minutes will just make you really excited about coming back again this February. But for anybody who's not been, I just wanted to give you a little bit of information in case it's of interest. So Move Summit is a 3-day industry event for the animation and the visual effects industry. But there's such a huge crossover between the games industry, the animation, the visual effects industries that it's really pertinent for everybody. Which takes place in Edinburgh in the 3rd week of February every year. So in animation, we always drill it into people that it's all about showing and not telling. So for the next minute or so, I'm going to stop telling and just show you a short video that really captures the essence of what Move Summit's all about.
Move Summit is a fantastic place for the animation community. International, Scottish, British communities come together.
Move has done such a great job of having speakers from all parts of the industry here, so you're going to get something for everyone here.
It's just such a breath of fresh air to come somewhere where everyone is just so passionate about what they do and just wants to be able to share.
I think it is important to get the community together because doing animation is always a team effort.
And we all end up working together in some way, shape, or form, and are inspired by each other.
I think the Move Summit's a great place to come to remember why you're passionate about animation.
Move Summit is basically a springboard for people that are interested in the industry and also a memory of people that have been in the industry for a while. Even the senior people are still learning from the junior people, so it's a combination of reminding yourself why everyone works in this business.
If you're looking for an inspiring environment, Move Summit's the place to be.
Well, that was Move Summit. So hopefully that gave you a really good sense of what the event is all about. But over the 3 days, we have tons going on. So I'm going to use my next few minutes just to give you a bit more of an outline of all the different things that you would find if you came along to Move. So we bill it as a celebration of the art and craft of animation and visual effects. And so one of the key parts of Move Summit are our headline speakers. And every year we have these amazing speakers, and they give talks about anything ranging from maybe their own creative practice to new technologies they might be developing or existing technologies that they're using in really interesting ways. We've had so many good speakers over the years. I can't tell you about all of them, but here are just a few to give you an idea of the types of speakers that we have. So Jane Wu, who was the series director of Blue Eye Samurai. Troy Quain, the director of Nimona. Marissa Horowitz, the lead editor of Inside Out 2. And that's James Baxter, who's the VP of Animation at Netflix and just an animator extraordinaire. But as you can see from this sample schedule, it's not just about the headline talks on stage. We've got a ton of other things going on, so I'll just quickly run you through some of those. As well as the talks, we've got technical demos. Again, too many to run through them all, but just a few to give you an example. So there's we've had Unreal, Unity, Side Effects, and Moho. We also have portfolio reviews, where if you have work that you want to share and get some feedback on, you can sign up to be paired with somebody in a relevant field, and you have, I think, a 10 or 15-minute slot to have a portfolio review. We're really lucky. Our headline speakers tend to be really generous with their time and super happy to take part in these. So you might find yourself sitting opposite the likes of Mike Mitchell, the director of Kung Fu Panda 4, or Kent Seiki, the cinematographer on Mutant Mayhem. And this is Deborah, who's the executive creative director at Nexus. As well as these, we have industry panels, again, on all sorts of subjects. For example, I think this one was on developing IP, and we had one a few years back on writing for games. We have creative pitches. So this is the big pitch at Move, where John is pitching Frederick the Mouse, a kids' TV show, and here he's pitching to a panel of commissioners from various different broadcasters. We have, as well as our creative one-to-ones, we have business one-to-ones, which is a bit like business speed dating. Again, I think you have 10 minutes, and you can sign up for people who you think are relevant to your work or your business. And we have all sorts of people there, commissioners, broadcasters, agencies. We have the public sector bodies that support our industries so well. We also have other services like financial or legal there, if that's of interest for your business. One thing at Move that's super popular year on year are our workshops, which are only about 20 people and go across a couple of hours, and you can really kind of do a deep dive into something. These, again, are super diverse and cover a different set of topics every iteration of Move. So some of them will be really practical. You'll be literally getting your crayons out and making things. There are masterclasses in various bits of software. And there's also soft skills. So this is Ross doing his Networking for the Anxious workshop, which was so popular that we're really hoping that we're going to have Ross back this February, as it was so oversubscribed, not everyone could get a place. So hopefully Ross will be back with us. As well as all the talks and workshops, etc., we also have a big exhibition hall where there's you can find tech demos, recruitment stands, VR and games exhibits, and many more things. Now, every year at Move, we always ask for feedback afterwards because we want to make it bigger and better the subsequent year. And the one bit of feedback that we get year on year that we're just delighted to receive is that Move Summit's a really friendly, warm, collegiate place. And so to demonstrate that, photographs of lots of smiley people. So at Move, we get every day, we do teas and coffees and amazing pastries. We do lunch, we do dinner, we do evening events. So there's a ton of different opportunities just to catch up with friends, to meet new friends, and I'm sure that I've seen new creative partnerships form as people are waiting for a pint at the bar. So that's also just a really lovely part of Move Summit. It's a super friendly event with really fun evening activities. So yeah, just to recap, save the date. So it takes place in Edinburgh for 3 days in February. This year it's the 18th through the 21st of February. Tickets, if you fancy coming along, go on sale a week on Monday the 27th, and there'll be a super early bird discount to start with, so you can take advantage of that. If you want more information, go to the website, or just get in contact with us at info@movesummit.co.uk, or I'm very smiley and friendly and approachable, so just come and talk to me. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Lucy. I really want to go to that. Sounds amazing. Okay, well, I'm just going to give a brief thank you to some of our sponsors: Rivet Games, Escape Technology, Creative Scotland, Hyperluminal Games, and the Glasgow City Council for this event specifically. And if you haven't already, you'll notice there's the QR code on all of your badges. We'll have it up on the board at some point as well. The raffle is fantastic. You've seen the prizes, and it goes to a very good charity, so I always spend a bit too much money on that one. And later this evening, we have music from the GGs, who just play some of the most incredible covers of video game songs, and this will be my 4th time seeing them. I'm very excited. I tell them that all the time. And yeah, this is the first break, so feel free to grab a drink and chat to everyone. Thanks.
What a great start. That was so interesting.
Yeah,
Fantastic
lovely.
speakers. I
Yeah,
loved
those was-
hearing from Jennifer. Those were some
Yes.
really cool
Oh my
projects.
days.
It's
Yeah,
just
no,
so
oh,
exciting when you hear and see how games can just go so far, right? And reach so many people.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I've been lucky enough to work on stuff like some small little like applied games that are that kind of like similar territory at university, which is really cool. It's just kind of like nice. It's kind of nice and it's cool because you get to reach like a very different audience with that. I mean, the one in there that's about like the FDA approved video game is kind of like that was pretty awesome. Yeah, for like helping with ADD and ADHD. That's like it's a really cool way and really cool like use of the technology.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The robotics project as well, the one that they took to schools.
Yeah.
That's such an elegant solution.
Yeah.
For schools that struggle with it.
Yeah, what I'll try to do if we end up like going because if I just kind of figure out how to do this. Yeah, this will be fine. Yeah, perfect. Ashy. Oh, I'm too big. There you go. We just kind of leave this like this. We can watch everyone kind of hang around for a little bit. Yeah, during the first half an hour break, we'll be back at about it should be back at around 6 p.m. or 6:10 roughly. In the meantime, I think what we'll do will also like play one of those here and there. But what I will look at is I will try and find Jennifer's LinkedIn if anybody wants to go and follow up with her on LinkedIn, because you know all these speakers, they're very like super friendly to talk to. I got to talk to a whole bunch of them yesterday. They're very nice. So we should definitely go and try and get some people. Get some people connected if you're here online. And if you are here online, of course, we still have our second stage of the raffle going. I'm just quickly scrolling all the way up here. I'm going to leave this on. I was going to say, Sarah, do you have any idea of one of the past talks we could we maybe want to have a look at? Anything that draws your eye? Because we'll probably play one of those, and then we'll draw one more. We'll do one more of our gift card giveaways for the Google Play ones and see where we're at after that.
Are you asking me? Or
yeah, sorry, I'm asking you. Sorry, Lucy. Brains.
I thought you were somehow talking to Sarah in the room. I was like, oh,
trying
that's amazing.
to talk. I'm trying to talk to Sarah in between, but alas, she cannot hear us. It is no doubt noisy in there. Sorry, Lucy. There we go. I'll get there eventually.
A suggestion for a talk. Let's have a look. I mean, we've got some awesome ones. Oh, I like the look of Richard Snowden's Working Sustainably in Game Dev.
Got it. I'll bring that one up.
Maybe
then.
For the next round, I could chuck a couple examples in the chat.
Self-development
the audience.
Richard Snowden, right? Yeah, Working Sustainably. Yes, I think it's this one. I will take a quick look at it. If it's not, we'll swap it over.
It's a surprise if it's not.
We'll do this one. We're going to keep the same link as before. If you've just joined, do make sure you join, because we're going to have an awesome marble run after this to give away another £5 Google Play voucher. And then it only goes up from here as the night goes on.
Have you got the link so you can chuck it in the chat for people as well? Here it is. I've just found it.
Yes, it's still the same link. I'll keep that loop in right there right now. I'll hide that comment. And let's play Richard's talk.
Thanks, Ollie. Hi, everyone. I'm Richard Snowden, the head of studio at CodeSync. Been in the industry 15 plus years. Double 11 and Utechnics a long time ago. I want to talk a little bit about CodeSync's values towards iterative improvement and the issues you can have on longer product life cycles and how we can keep trying to improve. It's great to be presenting to a room full of people in the industry. But with that in mind, viewer discretion advised, there will be a reference to Jira. A little bit about CodeSync, based in the Northern Design Center over in Gateshead. And we've been making games since 2009, mostly in the VR space, but we have some traditional games too. Some of the games include, most recently, Jurassic World Aftermath. That was fun. I was the producer on that. Games like Shadowpoint, Esper the Collection. We also do publishing. So we're currently publishing a game called Replaced. You might have heard of it. It was a big thing at E3 a while ago. Very lovely pixel art game. And recently the last Hero of Nostalgia. But the thing we're working on right now that's coming out very soon is called Astronomo, and we're super excited about it. So yeah, early access later this year. But that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is how, as CodeSync, we can iteratively improve and innovate. So at CodeSync, like many other places, I'm sure, we have a huge importance on iteratively improving, not just our games, but our skill set, our staff, and the talent that we have. We're acutely aware at CodeSync, and definitely myself included, that we are never the final polished product of ourselves. There's always a long way to go, but we can get a little bit better every day. Oh dear, that skipped a few. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Why did it go wrong for me? Cool. So you get some issues with projects. When you're working on dead long projects, it's tough to innovate and iterate and get better. Appetite for risk and innovation, that drops across the duration of a project, as made by this totally legit graph that I didn't just make, but highlights the point that early on in pre-production, the world's your oyster, you're going to do it all, and then reality hits somewhere in the middle where you're learning that actually you can't do all of that shit, or you can't do as much. And similarly, your appetite for risk will slightly decrease, particularly as certainty sets in, and then toward the end you don't really do. So you're slowing down with vast improvements, some out of necessity, but not as much as you could be doing. Similarly, longer project can limit areas for personal development. If you're an artist or an animator or a programmer or anyone working on a project, you'll often find that you're dealing with the problems with that particular project at any given time for the duration. So if it's in a really nice stylized art style, it's doing nothing for your PBR. So this is a problem. And often projects can ring fence key team members, so that they're going to be stuck on the project until the end, so they don't get to see all the dev cycle. So with that in mind, CodeSync have introduced self-development days. Hooray, this isn't anything to take away. This is just a bit more of a case study without an ending. What is that, you say? Oh my God, it's 2 days each month where staff get to work on what they want. They can self-organize and they get stuff done. This is the team member level, the project level, and an IP generation level, which I'm very happy to go through. I'm racing through this one. Here we have oh God, that's one of our skills matrices. I'm sure some companies have this, and some companies look at that and think, oh God, but it happens to us all. When we get big enough, we need to start doing stuff like this, and this outlines how you can progress within your role at the studio. We got junior, intermediate, senior. Don't worry about the details, that's not important. But what is important is that the self-dev days give people time back in order to progress across this. So you might be stuck on a project where you're using a particular art style and you want to learn more about a PBR workflow. Well, you can create that space and you can hone your skills, because the more talented you are, the more talented we are, and we're trying to raise everything together. It's tough at the end of a day to have the motivation to do anything but sleep and maybe get a takeaway. So we create the time and the space for people to be able to use that. The project level. So it allows you to step back for just a minute and take a look throughout the entire cycle about what you're doing, how well you're doing it, what else we could be bringing, what opportunities are there that we're not exploiting, what new tech has come out that could solve some of the problems we've got. And sometimes it's just as simple as, can we make the templates for the documentation look nicer? So having those 2 days allows us to actually gain some time back. While you do these 2 days a month on developing your projects, you actually see some of that time back through some of the gains that you can get by making those projects more efficient and finding different ways to iterate and improve. And then we got IP generation. So the staff not only can start doing what they want to do, to improve their skill set, they can also just get together and make fun shit. Like, that's the most important thing about game dev, really. So, and it's not mutually exclusive. You can learn new things and build some cool things, all in the hope that we're finding just the next fun thing from CodeSync. I mentioned earlier, you can get people who will get ring fence onto projects right until the very end. They don't see this phase of game development. You don't get their fun ideas up early and see what they can build. But this way we can. So what we're doing right now with CodeSync is anybody who wants to organize themselves into a team can start building prototypes of the game idea that they've got. They can start building pitch decks for the things that they love. They're all going to get pitched to the whole company, and we're all going to vote on the one that we love the damn most. And that might just be the next big thing. So hopefully it keeps people excited and engaged, and we're making some cool shit. This isn't from Self-Dev Day. This was Astronomo when that first started, and that had a really slow burn And that's the kind of incubation that we really want to maintain for anything else. And hopefully they can start to turn out like, a game that looks like this. And people like more germination, stronger results. Hopefully it's the next big thing. That's it. Thanks.
That was a lovely talk. That was lovely.
Yeah, great to hear insight from
Yeah.
all sorts of different size studios as well, and a variation of projects.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I don't know if Google still do. I assume they do to some extent. Google have a similar kind of thing where they do just like at certain points you can just choose whenever you want to essentially like leave whatever project you're doing, go on like mini leave, but it's at work still, and you can basically just spend just whatever time, a few like months in a year or whatever, just working on your own private thing, just with a tiny little pot of funding just to work on it. There've been some really like weirdly some interesting game dev tools from that. Like I remember I forget what it was properly called, but it was an interesting approach to like a game development tool that was hot loading JavaScript right into Unity through like this game, so you could basically code and have it in multiplayer and run the code, and without it having to compile, you could just be automatically testing straight away, which cuts out so much time. This post is brought to you by going into Unity, and I'm having to wait for like 5 years for the dang scripts to all compile before you can even press play again.
I love that though. I'd never heard of Google having done that before. It's like an in-work sabbatical.
Yeah, an in-work sabbatical is a good way to put it. I remember, I don't know if they still do it these days, but they used to always like propel the project. I think it's like the Google Design Lab or something. I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
So our next raffle round is still open, right? And hello to everyone who's sitting at home watching us.
Yeah,
as well.
a whole lot of
If
new
you're
people
still there,
joining in.
it's great to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying the
Yeah.
talk. What do we
Let's-
think? Any thoughts on the speakers so far?
Yeah.
Favorites, highlights?
Yeah, I mean, I also wanted to say is first of all, yeah, we'll give it like about another minute before we do this next one, because we've got another few more people who have joined in. You've got 1 more minute to join the giveaway before we end up doing a great little marble run to determine who's going to win.
I tried to type the link in the chat and it failed. So maybe Harry can pop that in for you if you want to click on it.
Pin it. I will post it in again.
Stunning.
Let me grab the link. But I was gonna say Lucy's talk. The other Lucy who was doing the Lucy who was doing the talk, Lucy.
Yeah, the real live Lucy.
Speaker Lucy, as opposed to host Lucy, as opposed to technician Lucy. Her talk is really cool. Move Summit was pretty good. I was actually sort of helping doing a little bit of the hosting on Move Summit last year, so I got to meet Lucy backstage. So she's very lovely, and I love what Move do. If you are interested in anything tech art related, just art and animation, honestly, it is just, it's, even if you're not an artist, you should go do it, because it's so so cool, just so interesting. Like as a technical designer who is notoriously uses Microsoft Paint for my doodles, and it's hardly no one can figure out what's going on with it. It was really cool going to the Move Summit and seeing all the software there.
I work as some people might know, work as a composer. So I work for games, but also film and animation. And I've heard of Move, but I've never got myself along. So it was great to hear more from her about what they do and how they bring people together. I'm definitely going to try and get myself along there and meet all the
you should be going.
fun people.
Yeah, definitely go next year. It's in it's in February every year. So yes. Anyway, I'm gonna call it there for this marble run round.
Exciting!
I'm gonna quickly get it set up. Lucy, I would like you to choose for me. You've got the choice of A Leap to Remember, Haunted Hills, or Coils of Power.
Oh, I get to
choose. Choose whichever one. Choose whichever stage you want.
I mean, it's October. It's spooky season. I think we should do Haunted Hills, please, Harry.
Oh, fabulous! Just gonna quickly add one more name.
Everybody, drum roll. Hold on to your hats because marbles are about to run.
Thank you. Yes, marbles are indeed about to run right now. Brilliant. That is everyone in here. So this is going to be marble run number 2. This for another Google Play £5 gift voucher. Here is everyone who is in here.
Hello.
Let's roll it. Oh my gosh.
Good
Again,
luck,
this
everyone.
is a pretty big one. So yeah. Was it Calls of Power that you said, or did I just accidentally choose that?
I said Haunted Hills. I did think this is very
no.
haunted.
No. Do I go back and go to Haunted Hills? Oh no,
We
I've
could
clicked
do
the
that
button
next
already.
time. We'll do
Next
it
time it's going to be that. Sorry, my mind is just all over the place today.
How we doing? Who's in the lead? Oh, Brian. Is it Brian that's leading
Yeah,
there?
we have Brian.
Oh, it's getting
we have Brian
close.
going.
I'm so excited. I'm getting closer and closer to my screen.
Yeah, I'll follow along with Brian. Yeah, this one's kind of funny because you have these different coils that will try and like zap you down. So we might see one of these get KO'd here. Oh my god, or not.
Whoa,
I think Brian's actually got a little bit of a speed boost there.
It did give you a bit of a bump.
Yeah.
It could all change though, it seems.
Oh
This
no.
looks like a pretty chaotic
Captain
run.
Death fell off the map and has exploded.
Oh, sorry, Captain Death.
Meanwhile,
Bad
we've
luck.
got everyone getting caught
Bad
on all
run.
the different objects here. Let's see how it's going down. Yeah, we've got just a big mix of the people who've gone down this way and also this coil.
It's quite hard to tell who's in the lead there. Or is it still Brian?
Yeah.
Who? Oh, Shami? Oh no, Shami!
Jamie has
You're
fallen.
down, you're off. Sorry.
Oh no, Sarah's gone
Sarah,
as well.
no. Oh,
Pip
no.
has managed to basically get off of one of the towers and landed in this one.
Oh,
and it's going on a bit of a
moves
run,
from
actually.
Pep. There we go, parkour. Just a little casual
Oh no,
bit
but
of parkour.
everyone's catching up. But will it be enough? I don't think it will be.
Do we have
And
a
that
winner?
is Pip who
Well
landed in
done.
first. So awesome.
Congratulations.
Ah.
That was good.
But don't worry, you can still
strong
be in
lead.
for more of them. Strong lead, you can still be in for more. That was wonderful. Awesome.
So Pip is winning a
£5
card.
Google Play gift card.
Congratulations,
Hooray.
Pip. Enjoy.
Hell yeah. We will email that round after the live stream is done because there's a lot to juggle with this.
What do we have coming up next? We've got about 10 minutes left in our break or longer.
Yeah, I think we've still got a good. Let's find out.
Check our schedule. Yeah.
I think until
Winner.
let's see if I can bring up the chat. Let's get a live check from Lucy how the break is doing, how long we have.
With the magic of technology and our fabulous setup.
With the magic of technology, I'll try and wave. We've also got Kian here, who's our
exactly.
producer. Let's try and catch. We're gonna try and catch her attention.
Everybody, wave and spirit at home. or as a last resort, we use our very high tech system of WhatsApp.
Yes, our very high tech system.
Keep it simple. That's all you need.
For those who are wondering, the next gift card that we'll be giving away is going to be a £10 PlayStation gift card. And because this
You
is...
want to be in the running.
You want to be in the running.
Marble
for it.
running.
You want that £10 PlayStation gift card. And if you don't have PlayStation, Christmas is coming up. Is all
Christmas
I'm saying.
is coming. Exactly. Nobody will
brain.
know.
That is so true. I'm going to unpin this message because,
We have to change the link. So every time we do a new round for the cards, we're doing a new link just for people who missed that earlier. So
I think I'll just pop
make
on
sure
the
and
new
go
link.
to the new one.
Yeah, so this is going to be the new link. I'll post that again in the chat. If you want to join the PlayStation one, it's going to be different because we want to make sure we get people who are in and watching effectively like right now. Don't think it'll be starting anytime. Doesn't seem like we're starting anytime soon. Lucy has gone.
Well, we definitely have a chance, I think, for it sounds like there's a bit of time for a tea break or a toilet break for anybody at home.
Yeah. Talk for PlayStation.
I think we'll have a little bit of time before the talks get going again. Are we going to pop another
let's pop
recorded
another one
on?
on. Let's pop another previous
Lovely.
one.
What are you feeling? What
am I feeling?
The
Looking
list.
at the
pocket-sized hands pipeline looks interesting.
Yeah, we'll do the pocket-sized hands one. Yeah, let's do that then. Which one's the pocket-sized hands one? Who
It
does
says showing the pipeline.
it?
Gary McCartan.
Gary, yes.
Hands.
I'm gonna see if I have that one here. Nope, I think I might have that one on my files. Just quickly looking
Lovely.
through my files.
And yeah, then later on after the break, I think we'll be hearing from Robert Gelb, looks like, from Midnight Trading Co. Peter Greaves from
Found
Light
it.
and Wonder. Oh, great. And then Kat
Yes.
Martin from Goth
Yeah.
Goth Studios. So, we've got some great
Fabulous.
talks coming up. I'm really excited to hear from everyone.
Anyway, let's play this one to go. Oh, starting again very soon. Never mind. We'll do that. We'll have to do
Thank you,
Gary's one.
Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy. I found Gary. We'll do Gary's one.
We've got that
after
for
the
later.
break.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah.
We're
We
getting
might
going
have a
again
couple.
soon with the live talks.
Yes, and it might be a short one because we might have a couple speakers who are off apparently today.
Oh, is it? That does happen.
No worries. What I can do though is I can, because I've got their ones from Edinburgh. So I've got all the ones from Edinburgh. So even though they're not here today, what we'll do next break is we'll play we'll play Gary's one, and we'll also play the ones who are not here today but were here on previous days.
Amazing. That's a plan. So we get to have everything. We get our cake. Our
We
full
get
cake.
most of our cake. I think Ross
We get
was
most
only
of our
here for. I think Ross was only here for today anyway. So like maybe not his, but that'll be fine. Wait. I think it's starting again.
Great. Well, enjoy, everybody.
Enjoy everything.
Okay, guys, if we take a seat. Everyone, the talks will be resuming momentarily. If we can make our way back to our seats, please. Thank you very much. I'm more comfortable when I don't use my own accent. Here's one. Cheers, man. Okay, welcome back. Our next talk is from Robert Gelb, designer at independent board game studio and publisher Midnight Trading Co., makers of Hotshot Pickleball, along with developing their new game, Aster. Please welcome to the stage, Robert Gelb.
Hello. Hello, hello. Thank you very much, Alex. I am Robert Gelb. Apologies in advance to anyone who's seen this before, but if you have, no ruining it. I can do that all myself. Right? I also have some props, so I expect a lot of oohs and ahs. I've worked very hard to bring them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's lovely, 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 lovely. All right. Looks like it's on a different screen. I can see my presentation, but we're good. We're good. Okay, cool. Well, that means I get bonus points. It can't start yet. Clearly. While it's coming up, I'm Gelb. I am a board game designer, and this is the silly board game that I have designed. It's a very silly board game. Ooh, oh, very good, very good. It's a very silly board game about pickles playing a very silly game called Pickleball, and it looks like this. It's about 120 centimeters. No, I made that mistake before. 120 millimeters by 450 millimeters in width and length, just so that you understand in terms of the size. Today, I'm going to talk about the costs to produce this game, or at least some of the costs. When thinking about games, when thinking about board games or card games, is anybody producing a board game? Anybody interested in doing a card game or a board game? Yeah? Has anybody done it? Okay, cool, awesome. But some of you are curious about it. That's great. So there are lots and lots of costs related to launching a board game. You have, all of the ideas, the art, if you're not an artist, working on prototypes, developing all of your playtest versions. You have your crowdfunding. Are you going to go on Kickstarter? Are you going to pay a bunch of money to run ads before you go on Kickstarter? Are you going to try and deal with distributors? There's fulfillment. There's like 3PLs, third-party logistics, and all sorts of different things. And I only have 10 minutes, so I'm going to be focusing just on production, okay, in the next few minutes. And there's a bunch of things to consider. So when you're thinking about how to produce your board game, there are two main kind of ways that you can think of doing it. One is a print on demand. I just want one copy. I just want a few copies. Usually you do that for prototyping. And then the other is mass production. So this is usually over 500 units that you want to produce your game. And there are lots and lots of things to think about. Location, right? How far away do you need to be? Are there costs for tooling? Like, what is it that you actually want or need to be in your board game? Are you mostly going to deal with like paper, like so cards? Think of cards like these, for example. Ooh, right? So these are actually this is from a manufacturer, and it has the different types of cards and the different types of card stocks that are available. There's blue core, there's white core, there's black core cards, right? There's linen finishes. There's all sorts of different options that you might want to think about when you're thinking about cards. Punch boards, right? Or do you need something a little bit more bespoke? Do you need custom dice? Right, there's actually, it's very difficult, almost impossible, to have mass-produced custom dice produced in the US and in Europe. So if you want mass-produced custom dice, you're probably going to have to touch China and the supply chain out of there as well. Tooling, if you're going to create little miniatures, you need to create molds for those miniatures. So there's added costs there as well. Tariffs, if you're wanting to have some fun and think of whatever the current whims are of a particular dude in America, you have, strategically, does that matter? Are these time frames such that you can actually plan for that? Where are your customers going to be? Pickleball, for example, is really, really big in the States. It's a real sport. It's really, really big in the States. So does it make sense to actually produce there or not? So all these kind of things go into thinking about what it is that you have to think about when thinking through where you might want to get your things made. Minimum order quantity is also incredibly important as well. So just to show this game a little bit, just so that you can get your thinking caps on, it has a bifolding board, right? It has a little rule book, okay? We have 86 cards, black core cards, only the highest quality cards, thank you very much. Very good, gold stars. And then we have like a whole bunch. There were 2 punch boards that came with the game, and you punch out these little characters, which are obviously pickles. This one's R.I. Pickle because it's a ghost pepper, obviously. We have kimchi. Yeah. Anyway, we also have a little net that you punch out as well, and then we have these little wooden bases, these little blue wooden bases. We didn't want any plastic inside the game, so instead of like plastic standee bases, we went with wood. So when you're thinking about it, like that's the whole game. Then you have a telescopic box. It's all shrink wrapped and assembled. So have a guess. We ordered 2,000 quantity of 2,000. How much does this cost? Shout out your guesses. Nobody ruin it if you've seen it before. How much does this cost per unit? Huh? Five Zimbabwe dollars? Like what are we? $5. Okay, I'm going once on $5. Is there something? What? $20. $20 a unit? Anybody else? 10. Okay. So 5. Very, very interesting number. It was actually $2.47. So when you're thinking about it, at least from my perspective, that's not as much as I was thinking, right? And when you're thinking about whether or not you want to do mass-produced or you want to do print on demand, you got to think about these quantity numbers, but you also have to think about the total amount that you're going to be spending as well. Jennifer, who chatted earlier, was mentioning a couple days ago that they were involved with a game that it was like 100 units, and the price was going to be $80 a unit to print. So that's $8,000 for the same kind of game. If you were to mass produce that, it would probably be less than $8,000 to produce 2,000 units of the same game. Could be, depending on what is required. So that is not all, obviously, the costs. And so the actual item, this is a little extra, just to give you an idea. So for example, that card, we have 84 cards, or 86 cards, 69 cents for 86 cards. Not that much when you think about it. So if you're thinking about card games, anything like that, it's worth considering. We had little mini expansion packs. So this is a little cardboard like tuck box with 13 cards, and it cost 90 cents a unit. We ordered 1,000 of those. So it just gives you an idea of that. So we had the unit cost, we had the total cost, we had the mini expansions, and then we had shipping. And the shipping, this is a little bit all over the place because we shipped at a very, very expensive time for shipping. It also includes, like, tariffs are included in that. There's also a customs VAT that's included in that. So it's a little bit harder to gauge. That number fluctuates quite a bit. But you're talking about, from the States' perspective, $4.69 a unit to get it landed in the US, which is not as much as you might think, okay? So this is our next game. Ooh, and it's very different to pickleball. The other one, it was just like basically paper products, paper and punch boards. There was no tooling costs involved. This one, we have 60 pieces. We have 3 different factions. We want different molds for each faction because we want to be colorblind sensitive. And, there are little things like this. We want them maybe plastic, maybe metal. So we're already adding massive amounts of complexity. We also have this board, that if you see, it's foily, right? So we want to have cold pressed foil on all these different rings. It's a lot of extra work that we are giving ourselves for no real reason. Well, actually, a lot of real reasons because we think it's beautiful. But this is the spec for that. So how does that compare? You can see if we're talking about 2,000 units, there's a lot of this stuff is the same, except you'll see tooling for plastic, $3,000, starting for $3,000 just to create the molds. For plastic, but the actual pieces, $1.36. It's down to $1.36 for 60 pieces. That's wild. Whereas metal, the tooling, way cheaper, but the cost per piece for 60 metal pieces, massive. In general, you're talking about an overall unit difference of $3 to potentially $16 unit price, which is massive. In general, in board games, you want to look at about 7x your manufacturing cost, and that's going to be your MSRP. And that's not to say that you're just rolling in money, I wish, but that includes all of the other costs it's to accommodate all those other costs that you're not necessarily, or that aren't necessarily front of mind. So if you're interested, these are 3 different companies who gave us quotes for these different things. So you can see that there's some variability here in terms of their costs and their different cost structures. And so when you're thinking about this and you're getting quotes, all of these happen to be from Chinese companies. European companies have just declined to give us a quote because they said we're not going to be able to compete. American companies also, their minimum order quantities are like 10,000 units. So the added cost is just making that much more difficult, and they can't do metal, weirdly. Okay, so as I say, I think I have 30 seconds. There's lots and lots of costs involved, but hopefully, at least if you're anything like me, it's kind of less than I thought when it comes to the actual manufacturing part of it. So if you're wanting to take a punt on something, it's definitely still a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money. So I just think it's worth looking at. If you do have an idea for a board game or for a card game, it's worth exploring. Leaving aside all of these other costs. So that's it. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to send anybody some of these quotes if you wanted to dig into it. If you're curious about that kind of stuff, please connect with me, shoot me a message, and thanks very much.
I've never seen someone pay attention to a timer so well. That was pretty much on the dot. I just pressed pause just before the beep. Okay. Our next speaker is Peter Greaves, Senior Game Experience Designer at Light & Wonder, a cross-platform global games company which focuses on turning games into expansive entertainment. Please welcome to the stage Peter Greaves.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, Peter Greaves, game experience designer. Just to say it's been an incredible 3 days. This is such a great event, so I'll get that in now because I'm going to ramble and kind of lose track of things. So just as a disclaimer, I'm a bit dyslexic, so that will happen. And if I hard stop and turn around from a different direction, it's because I realized I went off what I'm supposed to talk about. So I'll start by saying, what is game experience? So this is a process I've been working on for quite a while. So I started off at Skybang Gaming as in the kind of design and UX team, and I've now moved into Light and Wonder, where we've been able to expand on this idea of game experience design, which has been, it's part, well, looks like this, I think, production art, UX, and game design. So I graduated as, this is kind of, I graduated as a animator, and I moved into UX later on. I got my UX diploma from as well as kind of working on different types of games in mobile and in casinos. I've also done like marketing stuff and like animation. So this kind of process emerged from there, and I'll just, again, just while I remember, I'll give a shout out to Move, because going to that event really helped refine this process with the speakers there, talking about how they develop their IP, their games, or their films. That kind of way of exploring an idea has really helped me understand how to, combine these things into making game experience design, which I'm going to try and pitch to you as your next part of the process that you're going to implement into your productions. So what are their concerns? So it's storytelling, it's production design, it's interaction design, it's like concept, visual communication, prototyping, interviewing users, going into like creating flows, workshops, live GXD, where you could make a game with paper and whiteboards, to testing, which is a really important part, again, of like working out whether your game or idea can actually work. So the GXD users, as again in UX, it's always about who are the users, I think are quite an eclectic group. They are the players, but they're also the game designer, reflecting that kind of idea back to them. They're stakeholders, people you need to convince to invest in your game or make sure that you're on target to what they've asked you to make. They're the developers, they're the artists, they need to know what they're going to make and how they're going to make it, like what's being asked of them from the game designers. They're QA, so they have something to know that they've got to start to get ready to test and build from that whole process. And of course the players, who you're constantly going back to, and that's where your collective target is. Where they sit in this process of making things, I think, is at the beginning, at the idea and conception stage, and then peppered in throughout the production process. And for me, I think it's, you work with these stage gates as well, so you get your information, you do your discovery, you define, and you develop, and you kind of circle in between these, picking up, you might jump in between each stage gate, or you know the information and you can just go straight to developing the idea through, I don't know. So yeah, a lot of it is going up and down that. And you start by this kind of information gathering. And let's say like someone comes to you and you're like, I want a game that involves a main character that's made a cake, and it's a platform game. So you go, okay, right, well, okay, let's just think about that, right? So let's get together and have an ideation session. Let's get, maybe there's some customer insights, maybe there's some previous learnings, maybe it's something completely new, because the game designer is like, oh, I have this thing I want to make. With these new mechanics, or you've got a brief from a client or a spec doc, or the company says, this is what we're making. So you'll have these ideation sessions, try and understand what the game idea is, type, mechanic, theme, which is high level, but maybe enough to just like start understanding and start discovering what it is that's being asked of you. So most of my days is sitting on with like my kind of like producers or content developers and figuring out what's in their head. So you'll do quick sketches, you'll think about like, well, what kind of game is it? Is it like a side scroller, 3D, ISO? You'll ask questions like, well, what's the basic flow of the game? Like, what will the players need to know? How will the player interact with it? You'll create high-level flows to try and understand, well, what's going to happen in your game. So say this is level 1, search for an item, you get a new weapon, what information needs to be shown to the player, how do they need to learn to use that weapon, so that's controls, and then what do you want them to do, so search for an enemy and then attack it. So we'll go with that kind of flow. So we start to define that, we start to clean it up, so we start to use this, what I call like white label language, so it's just like an outline in a white box, but it's like you can pivot, you can create kind of anything with this kind of like visual language. So you can see we've cleaned it up a bit. These become assets. These assets can be used in storyboards. You could build prototypes from them. So you can already see here the flow is now a storyboard. So you've got control types, you've got messaging, you've got like, you know, a target, you've got something to achieve, and you've got information. So you're starting to get the UX of it as well as tying in the story and the theme. So this is where GXD, I think, comes in. It's not just UI, it's like, how do you tie all these together as an experience? So from that, you'll then go into making these, what I call motion wires. So you're exploring it through time, because games exist in time, or experiences exist through time, and they exist through doing as well. So how does this work? So this is like, what would a platformer be like? What would a 3D game look like? What would an ISO game? And you can then make these these are videos, you could put that in front of a player, or they could be interactive prototypes. Again, same assets, you're just building on those same shapes to help inform the next stage. Again, I will add, you don't need like AI to tell you how to draw a triangle, or you know, you can draw a triangle and make it become alive. So you have to develop those ideas, and when you develop them, this is where you can then take those prototypes and you can start to get further insights. Maybe that's the board, maybe that's a group of customers, maybe that's marketing, you know, maybe that's the dev team or the production team. You're now testing how this game works. You're now layering on the theme. Now you understand, because you had customer insights, you got a lot of research that tells you, well, players don't want cakes, they want burritos, and they want the burritos to fight scorpions in a land of cake. And those were the insights you gained from your research, your play testing. So if you want to make that, there it is. I've done some motion wires as well. So what all that does is becomes artifacts and pieces of information that you could then go to the game studio, or it's in-house, or it's the team that are going to make it, and give them more information than just a paragraph or an assertion that this is going to work. You know it's going to work in principle because you've tested it and you've made a prototype. And you can like actually explore it in a real sense rather than just like an abstract sense of waiting for the production team to work out that, oh shit, that doesn't work. We'll have to go back and rebuild it. So the aim is to, again, save time, down costs, and improve communication. So that's if you're building a game. I think the GXD process, or this way of working, can go a bit further. So I have this thing called loops, where it's like a little challenge for like motion designers and audio people to kind of like collaborate in a way to make like, you know, just to practice your craft. Say you didn't get the commission, or, you know, you're in some downtime. There's these little challenges you can do that can help kind of refine the way you operate. Yeah, exactly. So in this instance, you've got your sketches, you've got your wireframe, and you've got the result. But say we're at this stage, and this is going to be projected as part of an ad campaign, or maybe it's, what are they called again? Deliveroo. And you want to then sell something in a specific area. You can create these, you know, this could go up against a building wall, but you need to test how the messaging is going to land. So what's the sequence? How are you going to time it in that location? You can test that. You can prepare for it without knowing what the aesthetic is going to be. Or maybe it's like information for like a local government in that area. If you know Edinburgh, this is the Meadows. So maybe you're talking about the amount of people using the park, and you're trying to get people to not throw rubbish on the ground. You could put this up in that location and test whether or not people are going to respond to your campaign. Or maybe it's Edinburgh Uni wanting to like celebrate their kind of location next to the Meadows. I don't know, but the point is like this method will allow you to sort of engage with those ideas early without knowing that it has to be, you know, a kind of slightly janky cartoon animation of a local area. Just to put, there's a guy called Stu who added audio to this, which was quite cool. So you can see how this little kind of loop was then enhanced by kind of like that kind of online collaboration sort of thing. So that's just, yeah, check that out. But I think that helps expand on GXD, which I think I made the GXD, But I need you to tell me, because, you know, what are your thoughts on this?
Thank you very much, Peter. Okay, our next talk is from Vicky Bloom. I'm not paying any attention to the fact that I just kicked the stage twice. Vicky Bloom is an artificial intelligence specialist and lead gameplay programmer at Vector North with 20 years of technical experience in the industry. Please welcome to the stage, Vicky Bloom.
Hey, I'm Vicky. I'm the one that's from England, lives in Greece, and works for a company in the Czech Republic. So I love to travel, and I love networking. So thank you for having me here in Scotland. It's been a wonderful 3 days, and I've met some wonderful people. Will AI steal our jobs? It's a question I ask myself, and I know a lot of people are concerned and curious. It's a really hot topic right now. Will we be replaced by machines like the loom workers of the Industrial Revolution? Tonight, I'm not here to sell or to slam AI. I'm here to unpack it, what's real, what's hype, and where we as creative humans fit in. Because AI isn't new in our industry. We've been using it for decades in games. If you think back to the trademark ghosts in Pac-Man and the Sims, the digital dolls that each have their unique personalities. In my career, I've specialized in developing believable NPCs, but they couldn't learn. They were only as good as I could make them. So what's changed now? What's new is generative AI. ChatGPT was released by OpenAI, which revolutionized how we think and how we use AI. It's been coined Gen AI for short. At its core is a large language model, which is a type of deep neural network. This mimics the way we as humans learn, and when it's trained with vast amounts of information and the recent advances in computing power, it can create original content based on simple text prompts in real time. However, these bots don't think or understand. They simply predict what's likely to come next based on examples that they've seen before. Gen AI can be astonishingly good at creating content, but at the same time they make mistakes and they miss out on nuances that are needed for a polished piece of work. So right now, AI is like an enthusiastic intern. It's fast and it's talented, but it's not ready to be left in charge of taking a project to completion on its own. Generative AI is a rapidly changing landscape. Who here has used some sort of generative AI either in their work or in their personal lives? Okay, quite a few people. It's been reviewed every 6 months by a company called A16Z, and this is the table that they created. So we can see top of the table are the general purpose chatbots where the primary output is text. Use cases for this in games range from brainstorming, dialogue generation, code assistance, translation, teaching assistance, and even generating new prompts. Then if we move on and we look out, dominating the middle of the table are image and video generation tools. And use cases in games are generating or prototyping game assets and environment mock-ups. The video generation tools are on the brink of usability for short clips, which could be used for marketing in your game, creating trailers, promotional videos, or cutscenes. And there's also video editing tools that just streamline the process to one click. And last but not least, we have tools that actually generate code. These can be used by developers, and there's specialized ones called vibe coders that can be used by non-developers. Let's take a quick look at a game that I prototyped in bulk. Let's play, Lucy. So this was created in a few minutes in my hotel room just by using a prompt, trying to recreate the retro game, one of my favorites from my childhood called Centipede. This took about 3 iterations to get a working prototype. It's not perfect, but it was able to generate the code. I didn't even look at the code and could press publish and it would go straight to the web. So it's reached kind of a new level. If we could go back to the presentation, please, Lucy. Yeah, there are also other tools that can called co-pilots that can kind of integrate with existing code bases or into some of the editors that we use for developing, which are more focused on developers rather than the tool we just saw. Okay. So we've seen the promise of AI, but what's the problems? Major studios have laid off staff, with narrative designers and visual artists being among some of the most impacted roles. 1 in 10 game developers have been reported being laid off in the last year. And while this may not all be directly related to AI, some companies may use AI efficiency as an excuse to cut jobs instead of empowering their teams. There's a huge issue with the lack of consent across many of the creative art forms, and there's been specific cases recently where voice actors have had their voices cloned without their permission, and they've had to fight to get these elements taken back out of the games. There's also a bias. The AI outputs reflect the biases in the data, which can reinforce stereotypes, and it can exclude voices. Harvard researchers found a bias towards Western, educated, industrialized, and rich democratic populations. There are also hallucinations that come out of these models. So DeepSeek actually told me there was a hippogriff statue at the Forth Bridge, and I was very disappointed when I went sightseeing and couldn't find it. And you may have seen this yourself in image generation, where it produces like a 6 finger on the hand, or in code generation, where it creates it puts the name of a function that simply doesn't exist, and therefore it won't compile. There's also a risk of superintelligence. Some researchers dub Doom as a warning of a future intelligence that's so high it might be impossible for us to control it, and it might actually act against our interests. So I believe that our enduring advantages of fundamentally human, our curiosity, creativity, and our connection are what's going to enable us to continue and to create breathtaking experiences for players. The ultimate power doesn't lie with a tool, but with us and our potential to guide it. We really need to stay in the driving seat, and we need to make sure that if AI is doing research for us, we ask for references and we follow those up and actually make sure the information we're using is valid. Let's take a brief look at the history of game development. It's been moving further and further away from the machine and closer to pure creativity. So we started with games like Space Invaders that were made in assembly language. It was very close to the machine language, and it was very difficult to use, and only very simple games at the time could be made. We then abstracted to higher level languages like C and C++. And this enabled us to do bigger and better games. And more recently, we went to visual scripting and blueprints. And for the first time, this empowered designers and artists to build complex logic and gameplay without writing a single line of code, which fundamentally changed team structures and accelerated prototyping. So every step has been the same, to remove the technical barriers between the idea and its execution. And the result has been increasingly complex, large, and beautiful games. So generative AI is simply the next step in this journey. So where is it headed next? There are big names investing in Gen AI research and prototyping. I've put there's many more cases, but I put some of the key cases here in games. So the first is integrating the generative AI tools with the game engines itself, so you don't need to leave your favorite editor. There's also research being done on generative AI worlds, creating personalized worlds that the users can explore and interact with. Then my favorite, which is the generative AI NPCs, emergent companions with authentic conversations that can act like human players. And finally, generative AI QA, where we can get better testing coverage with smart bots and automated UI testing tools. So, will AI steal our jobs? I think the answer is no. It's going to transform them. The future isn't about replacement, but about collaboration. By unifying our human vision with the AI tools, we can craft deeply personalized player journeys, build truly immersive and limitless worlds. The path forward is one of discovery, and the rewards will redefine gaming. Thank you so much. I'd love to continue the conversation. Come find me after the talk or connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm keen to hear how you're using, resisting, or wrestling with AI in your own work. And speaking of next chapters, I'm actively exploring my next opportunity. If you're looking for someone passionate about programming, dynamic leadership, or the intersection of AI and games, please let me know.
It's probably going to happen every time. Okay, I'd like to give a thank you to all our speakers so far, and I'd like to give a shout out to everyone watching on the stream, and let them know that during the break, when we're all chatting and drinking and things, there is going to be more talks at the time, so stay tuned. I'm good at this. Thank you for agreeing. And a big thank you to some more of our sponsors, Johnston Carmichael, Blackadders, Blazing Griffin, Pocket Sized Hands, and Screenburn Interactive. And now, for everyone that's got food on their badge, I'd like to let you know that dinner's ready, and the rest of us can network and things. Thank you very much.
Oh, I wonder what they're having for their dinner.
Yeah,
Do you know,
I
Harry?
wonder I don't know what they're having.
I'm
for
always so
dinner,
interested. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll quickly ask Lucy as well. Lucy,
We'll get the
what
inside scoop.
is everyone having for dinner? Question mark. So we'll get live updates on that. That was a lovely set of the series. How'd you find that, Lucy?
Oh, I thought those were really super interesting talks, especially that last one. I find it's such a complicated subject, isn't it? And there's such a range of valid opinions and emotions connected to AI. But I thought that was quite refreshing, and maybe a bit, maybe like a positive stance on how we can enhance our lives with it. I would
Yeah.
hope. You know, what do you think, Harry?
I thought
Did you
it was.
have a-
I thought it was a good talk. I think, like, you know, it's like, yeah, I thought it was a interesting, good talk. Sorry, my brain is absolutely a bit frazzled.
No,
at the
don't worry.
minute.
You've got so much to juggle. You're doing great. You're doing
Nah,
amazing.
it's a good talk because, like, it's good to just kind of get a holistic talk and a holistic overview from someone who understands and is kind of, like, you know, immersed in the space with the technology and, like, you know,
Absolutely.
how
Totally.
it works and
Yeah.
ultimately where it comes. Because I mean, you know, even if it's sort of even if it's a case where it's like, you know, you don't want to touch or like use generative AI, you know,
Mhm.
that's totally fair. It
Totally.
does pay to know about it and sort of like know what people are really like using it for, so you
Yeah.
can kind of like, you know, position yourself correctly on that front.
Exactly, and get some balanced opinion and a bit of guidance, and because it's one end of the extreme to the other with this world of AI and machine learning, isn't it? So I couldn't
Yeah.
agree more. So yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
What about our folks at home?
What about
Is that
the
what you're
folks
gonna
at home?
say? Oh, we're
I was
stuck.
gonna.
No.
There was a really fun one. I can click on the chat if I click off of that. It for the previous ones I think it was Peter's one where he mentioned, was it Peter's one when he mentioned like the many hats being a producer? Was that Rob's one?
Oh, good question. Actually,
Double checking that.
I feel like that was Peter's.
Yeah, I think that was Peter's.
Time is moving oddly when you're
time moving
when you're
oddly.
virtually watching
My
stuff,
favorite
yeah.
comment from that was from Captured Rapture, who's like, I've never seen a producer with
Yes.
so many arms and that one
Right.
slide of all of it. It's like
It was sausages and burritos, right?
yeah, sausages,
Thank
burritos,
you.
and octopuses.
Thank
Also,
you
of
in the
course,
chat.
we've got Sarah's fabulous.
I think I saw Lucy coming over to the camera and peering in very closely. I don't know if that was for us or for someone else.
Yes.
Or if we've missed a cue. What's the plan at the moment, Harry? What's coming up next?
So, yeah, the plan at the moment. I mean, well, what's coming up next? So again, we've currently got a dinner break. We've got a few that we want to get through, and we've got a few that we want to get through and play through. I did promise we were going to play Gary's, so I do have Gary's. What we're going to do is we're going to play Gary's one. We've then got a big chunky one, a 30-minute keynote talk from Dan Pinchbeck
Juicy.
from
Dan Pinchbeck. Very
Yeah,
cool.
it's one of the co-founders of the Chinese Room, and it was a really interesting, basically, 10 points, kind of sort of like free form, rambly, 10 interesting points about how he feels about like games production, these days, and just it was kind of like a post-mortem on the industry in general.
Yeah,
which was
I've
really
heard
cool.
Dan talk a few times actually, and it's always so interesting. I guess he's had such an incredible journey, so lots of insight to give. So thank you
Yeah.
for lining that up for us, Harry. It's a good one.
Totally, yeah. I mean, I've got so many talks. After that, though, what we'll also do, we've got Kat Burton, who's not here today, but we also have Gareth Griffiths and Elliot Bartram, who are in Edinburgh and Dundee. They've got some really good
Very cool.
talks, so I want to make sure we get theirs in as well. Gareth's
That's
is
right.
about VR and AR, mixed reality, indie realities, and Elliot's is
Okay.
about it's a very cool, very interesting little code one. It's about like
Oh,
finding
great.
memory leaks in a live build. That one is a really cool one. So
Great.
you wanna
Oh, we've
stick
got
around for
lots
that.
to enjoy. Yeah, that's right. I misnamed. We did have Kat originally scheduled, but this time it's Vicky now. Is that right?
Yes,
That was who we had
Vicky was
earlier.
who we
Yeah.
just had.
So I misquoted that. My bad.
No,
But
it's
we've got
one of
lovely
those.
content.
Yeah, we've got. It's one of those things where it's always shifting around ever so slightly.
Everybody's got
Um,
very busy lives. Exactly.
Yeah. And the last thing, little reminder, of course, if you've joined us now or if you've joined previously, if you were in the previous Google Play ones, we've got a new form. So we're just making sure that you're still watching this stream. If you want to join and be up for a £10 PlayStation gift card, after Gary's and after the 30-minute Dan Pinchbeck one, we will be doing another Marble Run, this time for a £10 PlayStation gift card. It's getting more intense, I think.
Exciting. So that'll be in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Is that
It'll
what
be
you're
about
saying, Harry?
40 minutes. You've got
40
40
minutes.
minutes. Got 40
Lovely.
minutes to sign up for it.
So great talk content to enjoy, and then another Marble Run go. Lots of fun. Lucy's updated us. They're having haggis, snakes, and tatties. That's one of my favorites.
Ooh.
I'm very jealous.
Lovely. And also mac and cheese.
Oh, and also
So-
I missed that. Oh, even better.
Yeah. That's
Spoiling
a
them
very
in
interesting
Glasgow.
combo. Yeah, very good in Glasgow. That's amazing.
Hope everyone's
awesome.
doing well at home. If you're also settling down for something to eat, cakes, sausages.
Yeah.
burritos. Seems to be
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah, let us know what you're going to be having for dinner. I've just had some nice, basically like chicken tenders from M&S because it's just thought, hey, I'll treat myself to them. Had that for lunch and dinner tonight, so
I feel almost embarrassed to say what I'm going to have, which I think is probably a McDonald's.
Nah,
The
it's classic.
shame.
No, you gotta have it. Hey, it's
Let's
a
earn it.
long night. Well, let us know in the chat what you guys are having because that would be very
Yes,
nice.
please. Yes, please.
And in the meantime, we'll play Gary's Gary's talk from Pocket Size Hands. That was in November 2023. Play that.
Awesome.
And we'll see you after the one immediately after that, in about 40 minutes. See you later, everybody.
So we're Pocket-Sized Hands, formed 6.5 years ago. Some of the cool stuff that we've been working with Adult Swim on Pocket Mortys. We've done multiple projects now with Ripstone. And one of the coolest things that we worked on recently is Oddworld Soulstorm, helping them out with their port to PC and Xbox. And that all set us up to work on Clive and Wrench. And to tell you a little bit about this game, it's been in development for 11 years. It started off ages ago with one person working on it. This is the brainchild of one man. It's a solo project, and the work that he's done on it has been absolutely fantastic, getting it from where it was 11 years ago to where it is now, to a game that's, almost ready for release, or it has released, but at the time, almost ready for release. So like I said, it's been in development for 11 years, primarily one person working on it. I think like a few contractors at most, around 15 throughout the course of 11 years. It was in Unity 4. I didn't even know Unity 4 existed. When we first did our cold port on the project, we had like an average of 8 frames per second. I know that's not the best way of measuring optimization, but it's just an indication of where this project was. And there was no source control. An 11-year game, and we were handled a Google Drive link, So how hard could that all be? But as a bit of a knowledge share, just want to talk a little about what some of our best practices that we've found. And that is, our pipeline. And that starts off with just getting access to the project. Straight away, we do a cold port. That helps us try and analyze the project and get a real sense of where it is and where it is in the porting process. And then we do our internal investigations. So we do like a real deep dive into the code, a real scrutiny on it, try and figure out look at what engines are being used, what plugins are being used, how all the systems work, and just try and get that understanding so that we don't have any surprises when we go to actually do the hard work. And I will say, most important at like every stage of this, but this is definitely one of the most important bits, is our internal review. Looking at the project from a business aspect, does it hit some of our strategic goals? Is it something that we have the capacity to do? And is it something that we have the technical capacity to do? Once we do that, we only give ourselves around 2 weeks to do like investigations into a port. So there's going to be, with 2 weeks, there's going to be a lot of unknowns that you might not be able to touch on. So just looking at building out a risk register to try and help yourself mitigate some of those unknowns. So when it comes to doing it again, there's no surprises. We send across all our findings in an external investigations document to the client. We sign contracts, and then we do the easy work, right? How hard could it all be? So anyone that's done porting before, this is probably all going to be common sense. So I'm just going to run through it really quickly. Looking at some of the core challenges, especially in Clive and Wrench, was performance. This is a game that's been in development for 11 years with no real sense of optimization or what the final platform was going to look like. We had to look at upgrading legacy systems, a lot of old legacy code, especially like, things that were using the old particle shaders in particle systems in Unity that we all had to come together and solve. There was no asset management in the project, and there's no documentation. Generally, when you get a port, you might find that you're in a position where you don't actually have anything to go off of, and you just have to figure it all out yourself, which gives you a real challenge in trying to figure out how those systems are all designed. And when we took on the project, one of the biggest risks that we had was, we didn't understand. One of the risks was we didn't think we could, pardon me, I'm skipping my words. We didn't know if 60 FPS was possible based on the project. So we agreed with the publisher straight up, and we said to them, look, we'll agree on 30 FPS as a target frame. And that was accepted. So some specific things to look out for when you're doing ports in terms of project art assets, thinking about too many materials, too many polys, too many objects in a scene, draw distance could be too high, too many dynamic lights, expensive shaders. When it comes to the engine side of things, in this project specifically, there was a lot of expensive operations like GameObject.find. That was happening every tick. There was no caching of those objects as well. There was no pooling of objects. There was lots of physics on literally everything within the game. Store assets that were built in that caused specific issues as well. And because it had been developed over the course of 11 years, there was a lot of complex coupled code between every single system. Code was triggering animations was going back and triggering into different parts of the code. Trying to get an understanding of that was a real challenge. And there was a lack of prefabs. Some scenes would have prefabs, some scenes would haven't prefabs. And yeah, it was fun. And so we had this huge task ahead of us. And while our code and our art team just dived straight into the task of optimization, we got our QA on board to help out and figure out what the actual problems were. And again, one of the most important things is if you can get a detailed QA report at the start of the project before you jump into it, because when you finally get your QA onto the project, you'll realize that those bug lists just keep growing and growing and growing. When we did our first QA pass, before we even started working the port, we realized that there was over 700 priority 1 blockers that we needed to get fixed just to get the game to gold. So our role developed more into a co-development role. So not only were we just helping to get the game onto consoles, we were helping the original developer to get the game over the line. We looked at things like, things that can help us, just making sure you've got those platform-specific enablers in place. So things are only going to be working on PlayStation when they don't have to work on Switch. Easy wins like reducing the draw distance. We did that ad hoc artwork where possible, and combining meshes where possible as well, which caused a memory leak that we tried to fix. And it took us a week to find out what the actual issue was. Which again, is like, there's so many slides in here that could be talks by themselves. And that is a fun talk by itself, but not a fun talk thinking about. it had no asset management, so we had to implement addressables. One thing that we find when we get ports in is that a lot of, especially indie devs, a lot of them will have LODs in place, but not many people think about shader LODs. So it's an easy win to think about that. Switching your lighting pipeline, switching your rendering pipeline from deferred to forward, and then reducing the physics time step, and as well just refactoring the code where you can as well. Some of these are easy wins, some of them are a little bit more difficult. But there's lots of places that you have to compromise and that you have to realize that might be a specific challenge. So one in this game was that the physics layers and the setup was undocumented and completely complex. And looking back at that picture, I don't know if you can see it. I still don't know what half of it does, but it's just trying to figure out what bits are okay to leave alone. We couldn't fix all the assets and models, especially in the time frame that we had. There was just so much of it, as you know, considering this game had been in development for so long. And we couldn't refactor a lot of the game logic, specifically because a lot of the close integration with Unity. So it was just trying to compromise on what should we be focusing our quick wins and fixes on. And then again, there was no prefab setup in the game. So yeah. So going back to this 30 FPS issues, like, when we did our investigations, this was one of the big unknowns. And we had this agreement that 30 FPS was going to be the target. And one of the big things that the developer was really interested in was keeping the original visual style. And that looked at some of the post-processing that they had in place, and they had some of the shaders that they had in place, especially the fur shader that they had on the character was like a real big special thing to them. But of course, Twitter is fun. And when it was announced on Twitter that the game was going to be 30 FPS in the PlayStation 5, they had a lot of fun. And there's some of these here, especially the red flags one is probably my favorite, but there's a few more and they could be a bit hurtful. So we went back to the publisher and we looked at, okay, right, how can we actually get this to hit 60 FPS? And this was like a month before it was meant to launch as well. So this was fun. So can anyone guess what we did? Like, we turned off the fur shader. And you can't tell from the far away picture, but you can see it a little bit better close up. And bingo, it was done. It wasn't the main thing that we had to fix, but it was definitely one of those big technical challenges. And it comes back to that whole compromise that you have to have with the developer and trying to figure out what's important for them versus what's important for the game as well. So really quickly, reflections and some takeaways. I know that was all really quick. Identify the bottlenecks really early and find out what those quick wins are. Make some difficult decisions and compromises with the developer. Don't add any more technical debt, especially to a project that's 11 years old. It's going to get worse if you start making it worse. And I think one of the most important things, again, the last most important thing, is to manage performance and quality at each step. If you think of the end user experience and what the player is actually going to be doing, that'll help you get through TRCs a lot quicker as well. Thank you.
And now I'll be playing the one from Dan Pinchbeck.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a good chance to mingle and catch up, and I hope everyone got the chance to check out the raffle as well. We'll be drawing those after this last talk. Today, our keynote speaker is Dr. Dan Pinchbeck, a co-founder from the Chinese Room. I hope you guys all enjoy his talk. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thanks for sticking around. Is there a clock? Yes, there's a clock. That's brilliant. Fantastic. Well, I have to do is work out how to do this now. I should point out as well that everyone goes Dr. Dan Pinchbeck. but I've actually got a PhD in first-person shooters. So what that meant was I spent 4.5 years counting the number of barrels and imps in games like Quake and then comparing them all. So it meant that I did play games like Hellgate like 6 or 7 times. There's some sort of like, I'm definitely resilient. I play some really weak games in that mix. But anyway, yeah. So this is, it's interesting this. So I took a step back from the games industry in 2023 from running the Chinese room for like 15 years. And I did a version of this talk for Colin in the summer of 2024 when I've been out of the industry for a year and was definitely not ever getting back into the industry. And it was kind of a really interesting time to reflect and to also say there may be things that can potentially be said when you're not looking for another job or investment that actually an awful lot of people are thinking. And as it turned out, most of the people in the audience were thinking. And so it's kind of interesting coming back to this a year later. And when I spoke to Colin about coming back, he was like, well, you know, would you think about doing something similar? And actually I went back over this and was going to rewrite it and then thought there's actually a year later, actually there's some nuance to this and also some stuff has happened in the industry since then. If anyone has like not noticed stuff has been happening in the industry, then, you know, that's okay. Maybe catch up on social media or something. So it feels like it's a good time to do that, sort of like to think, reflect on where we are now, talk about that. And what this isn't, even though it's called 10 Very Simple Rules for Designing Better Games, is a talk about designing better games. In fact, it's not a talk about game design at all. It's a talk about the context in which game design decisions are made, and it's about the way in which we make games. And I absolutely firmly believe that this will lead to us making better games, but it's a bit of a circuitous route to get there. So it kind of starts from a point, really, that we all kind of know that really for a very significant number of people, things are really not going very well in the games industry at the moment. I did promise Colin I'd keep this light. He said, you can talk about this serious stuff, but could you just sort of try and find some sort of momentum up out of the shit pile at some point? So I will get to that. But I think sort of understanding that, being sort of like real about where we are as an industry is really important. And that's not just kind of going, everything's awful. But I think what we can definitely say is that an awful lot of the assumptions that we've been running under for a significant amount of time seem to be failing. The systems seem to be failing for a multiplicity of reasons. The ways in which we make games are ripe for challenge. Some of the attitudes and some of the approaches that we bring to games, it's about as good a time as any to actually stand up and say, really? Does that work? Because more now than for a very long time in sort of like game making and as an industry, the argument of, look, just do it the way we've always done it because that's a good way of doing it, those arguments are thinner and weaker than they've ever been. And it's not to say that they're wrong, and hopefully as I go through this, that'll be sort of come out from what I'm saying. More that actually a time for critical and skeptical thinking about the assumptions that we make, about the attitudes that we have, about how we make games, about what games ought to be. Now is the time to be asking those questions. And that's been forced by a whole bunch of different factors which have had a very negative impact on a lot of people who work in our industry. So this is not a kind of like, we're disruptors, because disruption is a term which is used by very rich people who want to take away your workers' rights by telling you they're the wrong thing and the enemy. So it's not about disruption, but it is about sort of saying, let's actually try and be really honest about some hard truths. And what I think is really, really important to bracket those hard truths is to tell you that I have made every single one of these mistakes I'm going to talk about, several of them on more than one occasion. So if I'm pointing fingers, I'm pointing them at myself as well as everyone else. And I also say that within the context of being a middle-aged, bald, straight, white man who used to run a game company. So a lot of those assumptions and privileges which I've assumed unconsciously throughout my career, there's also been a chance to reflect on that in the last 2 years and go, yeah, you might not be quite as innocent as you maybe first thought you were. Okay, so the last thing I want to say is that from talking to people from the last time around we did this and talking to a lot of developers, nothing I'm going to say tonight is going to be in any way radical. In fact, it's probably something which most people in this room will probably think about as being common sense. But there is a real value in bringing a lot of common sense together into one place at one point and basically saying, if we're all thinking this, then it begs the question of, firstly, why? Why is more important than how, both are more important than what? Okay, what does this game need is a really bad question to ask. It's pretty much pointless because you end up with a very, very, very long uncritical list. How do we know what this game needs? is a much better question to ask, and one that isn't asked as often. An even better question is, why do we actually need that again? And that doesn't get asked very much in game development as regularly and as deeply as it ought to. Because fundamentally, we should be always coming down to that question of going, why is it that we're doing what we're doing in the first place? And that may be something that is as granular as talking about a design feature or a mechanic, but it's also something which relates right back up to the screen of, why are we making this game in the first place? Why aren't we doing a picture? Why aren't we doing a painting? Why aren't we doing a photograph? Why aren't we making a theatre piece? Why aren't we writing a book? Why aren't we basically going and opening a retail unit? That reason of why we do what we have to do, why we do what we want to do, is really, really important. And it has many, many answers depending on who you are within the games industry, whether you're running a business, whether you're just working for it, maybe it's something you feel very passionate about. I had a real thing a few years ago, about a year before I left the industry, where I think probably the best programmer I'd ever worked with, we had this conversation about the game, and he looked at me and said, "Do you know what, Dan?" He said, "The bottom line is I don't really give a shit about the game, but I get paid really well." And it was a real shock to me, because I'd always gone, passion, enthusiasm, love games. And I was like, here's this person who is literally a genius, and they don't care, but they just want to get paid, and that's okay. And it was a huge assumption I'd made about games and why we make games, and going, actually, not everybody makes games for the same reason. And that doesn't mean to say that they make weaker games or the decisions they make are any worse. But it's a really, really important recognition of that why. Coming back to design, another example that I can give on that is about, so I'm really old, right? And one of the things about getting old is you say things like, a couple of years ago, someone, and then you realize it was 20 years ago, and then you feel really crushed and you kind of crawl away. But a couple of years ago, or a couple of decades ago, whatever, someone ported BioShock to iOS, to iPhone. And it was a really cool thing. I love BioShock. It's one of the greatest single-player first-person shooters ever made. I did a PhD in first-person shooters. I'm qualified to say that BioShock's pretty good. And I played it, and I got about halfway through it, and then I suddenly realized they'd taken the jump function out of the game. And it just blew my mind, because I played half of BioShock, a game I absolutely love, and I hadn't noticed they'd taken the jump function out, which led to a big question of why. Why is there a jump function in BioShock if you actually don't need it? Now, there's a lot of nuance around that, because it was a mobile game, and maybe there's performance things and all this sort of stuff, and there'd be player expectations if you took a jump function out of a console-based shooter. But it's a really, really interesting case in point of actually going, it never occurred to me up until that point that you might say, have you justified the inclusion of a jump function in your first-person shooter? Have you justified why you're making a first-person shooter in the first place? Have you justified why you're a game developer? That why question, the most important question we can ask. This is an uncomfortable one, because normally when we talk about this, we say, have you considered whether what you're asking of the team is appropriate within the timescale and resources available to that team? And that's a really comfortable question that we can all feel good about ourselves asking. There is a more uncomfortable question, which is, are your team good enough to make this game? Are you a good enough leader to bring your team through this game? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. I want to take a team of people who are really passionate and enthusiastic, and I want to let them loose on this game and all have really amazing creative decisions and input, and everyone will kick in. We used to run TCR this way, and I was like, yeah, everyone's there. From us down to the most junior person, everyone throws themselves into the game. And it's a lovely idea. The problem is not everyone has good ideas who think they have good ideas. And those people can hurt the people who do have good ideas, particularly if those people are louder than the people who don't have good ideas. And we're going to come back to that one later on. The other thing is that some people have really, really, really good ideas, and they love to be really, really creative and involved, until you say, right, you're responsible for that now, and then they freak out. And it's completely unfair, because what you've actually done is you put a whole load of responsibility on someone who's not equipped to deal with that responsibility. So we're not just talking about someone's actual ability to do stuff. We're talking about someone's ability to cope with the pressure of being asked to make decisions. I worked with a really, really good designer a few years ago, and they were absolutely fantastic. I'm saying just kind of like degendering everything, by the way, in terms of they, just sort of rather than sort of going, people can go back through, because we're quite a small company, and go, I think I'm talking about this person or this person. They were a really, really good designer, really, really good. They could not make a decision. They just couldn't do it. If you said make a decision, they'd freeze and they'd go complete bunny in the headlights. And you knew if you told them what to do, they could do it. But the stress it caused them to actually ask them to do it, but they desperately wanted to have a creative involvement in the game. But every time it was put in front of them, it completely panicked them and freaked them out. You've got to be aware of that. It's similar to the programmer who just wanted to get paid at the end of the day. Managing those kind of things is really, really important, and not us working on this assumption that games thrive on passion and enthusiasm, and that's what really counts. Because for a lot of people, it doesn't. Or maybe the way that it manifests is completely different to them. Certainly, If you're asking the team to do something they're not capable of doing, that is on you if they fail. As a business leader, as a manager, as everything else, it is not on them if they fail, it is on you. No matter how it comes about, it's your fault, it's your job to recognise that. The other thing that's worth saying about passion and enthusiasm is passion and enthusiasm are probably the things in the games industry which are most easily exploitable, most commonly exploitable, and often most accidentally exploitable. You don't mean to exploit your team's passion and enthusiasm, but boy, is it difficult not to exploit it if you don't watch yourself on it. I'll work till 7 o'clock, I just want to get this feature finished. It's not acceptable, it's not okay. Don't let the tail wag the dog. So here's a story. A few years back, I was working with someone on a game and they were in production. This is going to sound like I'm really anti-producer. I'm not, by the way. Just caveat this with, being a producer or a project manager is one of the hardest jobs in the games industry, and people that can do it well should be put on pedestals or thrones and carried around, showered with gifts and love and affection. It's so hard. It's very easy to be a bad producer. It's very hard to be a good one. Good producers are wonderful. They're absolutely amazing. So anyway, we're making a game. We're in the middle of it, blah, 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 blah. In the middle of, we're doing Agile. I have feelings about Agile, as will become clear. And it'll be up there. I'll do Agile. I'll start sort of shuddering. If I mention Confluence, I'll probably have to go and take a cold shower somewhere. And we were working on this sprint. I'll come back to sprint later as well. And it clearly was just, you know, best of intentions. It was rubbish. And I sat there and I was like, you know I'm the irritating creative director. I'm usually the person who goes, come on, we can wear, come on, creative director, woo, like this sort of thing. And I was like, this is rubbish. It's not working. Let's just jack it in, forget it, can it off and do something the rest of the sprint. And they said to me, we can't change the sprint halfway through. That's not agile. And at that point, I thought I'm probably going to have to leave the games industry for a little while because my head is going to explode if that sort of thing. So you're not shipping a spreadsheet. You're not shipping a schedule unless you're making a very, very niche game. And if you are, great, brilliant, fantastic. But most of us are not shipping. You can't go out there, go on Steam and you download an Excel and it said, well, we've really tried. So production has to be as lean as humanly possible. It is there to serve development. And the really, really good producers and project managers understand that the job is to enable. Beyond that point, you don't want to see them, you don't want to know them, it's just be as lean as it possibly can be. That goes quadruple or maybe 10 or 15% for layers of management. There should be as little management in a games company as possible. Why? One, they're more expensive than everyone else, and two, they're not making games. So their function, right to the very, very top, is only to support development teams because that's how the game gets made. And no one gives a monkeys if you've got 17 execs all earning 350 grand a year. If they're not making the actual game, the players don't care. So don't let the tail wag the dog. You're not there to build a business, you're there to make a game. That's what I really, really believe. That's a matter of some dispute if your company is organised around trying to make as much money as possible. Anyway, everything happens in translation. I've not been going forwards. Oh, what a loser. Right. It's because I'm going on my phone. I'm forgetting they're not connected. This is terrible. Right. Understand everything happens in translation. Right. All right. Okay, this way. Uncharted is a fairly ordinary cover shooter, third-person cover shooter. Mechanically, not much happening there. It's pretty well done, mechanics. Not much happening there. Uncharted is a world-class execution of a cover shooter where the development team went, it's not about all that sort of stuff, it's about what's in the players' hands and how they feel about it. One of the most powerful things about Uncharted is the relationship between Nathan Drake and Sully. And if you remove that, you're left with a pretty good cover shooter. So what Naughty Dog's genius is understanding that you're not shipping a GDD and you're not shipping a bunch of compliments pages, and the player does not care about anything that happened under the hood. They care about what's in their hands and how it makes them feel. So really sort of understanding that every time you ask that why question, you're always drilling back down to this position of going, what's the player going to get? And how's this actually going to translate into real time? It really doesn't matter how good your ideas are. It really, really, really doesn't. Because if you make a game with, I'm not saying Uncharted has mediocre ideas, by the way, before the Naughty Dog lawyer hit squad comes to me. But if, say, for example, if you were to ship a game with mediocre ideas that was executed brilliantly, it would be a better game than a game with amazing ideas executed poorly. I made a game called Machine for Pigs back in 2013, which had a lot of brilliant ideas in it, and we didn't do a very good job of executing them, and not many people like it as a result. I stand by the ideas. I stand by the fact that we really didn't get the AI system working properly, and as a result, the combat systems and the sneaking's really, really shoddy. It doesn't matter. What matters is what goes into the player's hand. The only way, in my experience, of doing this, and there's a lot of, like, you know, again, complexities and nuance around it, you simply cannot replace a multidisciplinary team sat round a table working together with minimal management oversight until they get it right. It's just the best way of getting it out the door. If you've got something that was really interesting here in the talk about animation earlier, if you want to know what something's going to feel like to a player, get an animator on it with an artist and an audio designer and work it up in something non-interactive until you have an absolutely clear target of what you want it to feel like. Then you bring in the rest of the machinery to support that and to try and replicate that feel, that experience. There's just no solution for it. And that is why I have very, very, very mixed feelings. Actually, they're not mixed. I hate GDDs and I hate Confluence. No one reads the fucking stuff. And it usually means that they're a necessary evil if your team is so large that you can't verbally communicate this stuff to people, but no one reads the stuff. So there is no replacement for that kind of direct conversation, that direct kind of iteration around stuff when people are working with it. Never forget the law of escalating consequence. Okay, in the imaginary scale of game development complexity, your game is currently 14 complex. And someone says, why don't we add a jump function to Bioshock? Your game is not 15 complex now, it's 38 complex. If someone then says, why don't we add a double jump to it? Your game is not 39 complex, it's 653 complex. Every single addition you make to a game multiplies the complexity of a game. It doesn't add to the complexity of a game. The later in production you add something, the worse that multiplication becomes. If you do it after alpha, you deserve everything that's coming to you, unless you've been forced to doing it. This is a big mistake that people that are relatively inexperienced in terms of game development make, of saying we can add this stuff. It's not about policing feature creep. It's about asking the why question at the beginning of development, of saying, why are we doing this in the first place? Why are we even making it in this genre? Why are we even putting up this thing? It also tends to be a mistake which tends to get made by people who are adjacent to development but not actually in development. And if that sounds like I'm attacking publishers and investors, I'm not. I'm attacking people who work for publishers and investors and marketers who overextend their remit relative to game production. That is not to say don't listen to people. Obviously, you need to listen to everybody, but you don't have to agree with them and you don't have to take it on board. And it's also okay to say, I'm just going to stop you there. I would love to listen to your feedback and everything, but unless it's going to shave time off my production schedule, I simply can't take it on board. We can't do it. One of the biggest mistakes I made in my career was when we made Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, and Sony play tested it 3 weeks before we shipped the game and said, you need to put a run function in this. And we were like, we're not putting a run function in it. And they went, do you want to get paid? And we put a run function in it, and nobody knew it was in there, and we got absolutely hammered by the press and by players for it, because it shipped without it being on any of the instructions, without anyone knowing there, and without us actually dealing with the complexity of what that did in terms of the escalated consequence of the game, such as, on a game which is basically based on the timing between audio triggers, if you allow the player to move twice as fast in the game, you're going to bollocks your entire game structure up. So, guard your team against enthusiasm, both their own and when it comes from outside sources. You have to take it on board, but you need to be heedful of it, because it's very easy for it to really bite you. Don't underestimate attachment. It's personal. Game development is personal because people make games. So we all get the kill your darlings, kill your darlings, kill your darlings, kill your darlings. Yeah, we kill your darlings. It's very different when you're killing someone else's darlings. And that's where it becomes really, really important to go back to that second point about being brutally honest about your team's capabilities. There is a scene, because obviously, you know, it's really, really important to get sort of highbrow cultural kind of references in here. There's a scene in Ghostbusters where it's in Egon's lab and there's a child playing with a puppy delightedly behind sort of bulletproof glass, and they have this conversation, and then Egon turns to his assistant and says, let's see what happens when we take away the puppy. So those members of your team that you've gone, have all these ideas, do all this stuff, chuck it all in the game. And they do, and they go, oh, I've had this idea, it's brilliant, we've talked about it for ages, we're all really invested, and then you go, it's cut. If you sent them off somewhere to go and do something without really actually properly figuring out whether or not it was going to make it into the game, you've done them a massive disservice. Because you kind of probably could have known it was going to get cut before you sent them off to get hugely personally invested in it. And it's really awful, it's horrible. Anyone who's not been a manager yet, it's one of the worst aspects of being a manager, is when you have to sit down with the developer and say, that thing you spent 6 months on that's actually really beautiful and really, really well done, it's gone. because we just can't afford to do it. It's heartbreaking. And as you get more experience, you learn to let go of stuff. And you also learn that not everything will make it into every game you make. And if something gets cut, if it's any good, you'll recycle it into the next thing you do, and hopefully eventually it'll make it. But that requires management. That requires being sort of like careful about stuff. And it's a real thing of going, again, you're not a machine that pumps out games. You're a bunch of people coming together to doing it. And the ripples of actually doing that sort of damage to someone's confidence and to someone's sense of dignity by sort of quite callously getting rid of something which they've really, really fallen in love with. Because you could get rid of it fairly callously because it's your own, and it's a lot easier to throw your own stuff away than it is someone else's. Really, really be aware of that, but that can really, really hurt. Equally, the bottom one on that is when a team drinks their own Kool-Aid, you're in really big trouble. Really big trouble. So you have to kind of monitor attachment as well, because once it spreads amongst the team, again, enthusiasm, passion, we're sold all the time. Passion, passion, game makes about passion, game makes about passion. Passion can kill you faster than anything else, because it clouds your ability to make good decisions. And I sound like such an absolute monster saying that, but I promise you, it's actually being kind to the people that work for you or you work with in the long run. How are we doing? Oh God, we're losing a lot of time. Okay, know what your gates mean and respect them. If you take nothing from this talk, if you walk out of this room and go, what a prick, I'm not going to do any of that, listen, please, this is the only one that matters. If you don't define what your gates are and respect those gates, you're doomed. I have worked on quite a lot of games. Nobody disagrees with this statement. I think I've hardly ever worked on a game where this statement has actually held water and people have done it. We sort of made alpha. Are you sort of going to put it on sale? Are you sort of going to expect people to like it? It's not good enough. Alpha for me is fundamentally, there are no more substantive questions to be asked about this game. We know the answers to all of them. Now we have to fill in those blanks. If you don't do that, you've not gone through alpha, and that multiplication, escalating consequence thing is going to boomerang right back and smack you upside the head before you ship it. It's so fundamental. If you are self-publishing and self-funding a game, and you're planning on not defining and respecting your gates, just as a suggestion to save yourself a lot of time and heartache, take all your money out the bank, take it to the car park and set fire to it. And you'll save yourself months of work and it'll be the same net effect. You must really hold on to those gates. It's so important. But like I say, I've never actually known that happen, so I know I'm saying it. I'm so guilty of that as well. Don't make someone else's game, they've already done that, unless it's your business model. But frankly, that business model is looking a bit shaky at the moment. So unless you are a multinational and you intend on making a small indies game and then pumping shit tons of marketing into it to make sure it's the most known seen game out there, you pretty much don't stand a chance if your business model is replication these days. In fact, making game decisions conservatively is pretty dangerous these days, and actually risk feels like it's a lot less risky now than it was maybe a few years ago. That doesn't mean to say don't build on things that don't exist. I've got my favourite game probably out there in terms of this is Human Head's Prey from 2006, which predated Portal and a bunch of other stuff. Had loads of amazingly cool first-person mechanics wrapped up in a really quite mediocre shooter, and it vanished without trace. And I've gone back to that game so many times and gone, we can steal that, steal that, steal that, steal that, steal that. It's fine. You're paying homage. You're not just thieving terribly. The best game I didn't make was based on a Clive Barker's Jericho, which is a dreadful game where you had a squad of cliches and you could jump from one cliched personality to another and take control of that person. And then you jump and take control of another person. Brilliant idea, dreadful game. And I was like, we've got to steal this. Why has no one done this? It's brilliant. So we made a prototype basically to kind of like allow that sort of thing to happen. And that I feel is completely okay, because you're going, it exists, it's in the world, it's a mechanic, it's great, you can use it, you can borrow it. We should build on stuff. Culture is about the sort of flow of things that go through. But it's probably not smart to think that there's any money left in cloning stuff. I'm going to skip over this. Rules are meant to be broken sort of some of the time. Yeah, okay, that's the easy bit. Figuring out what, when and how is the big one, and that's why is really important. And I want to go to wrap up and talk about this. It's not just the games you make, it's how they make them. This comes back to the why. Why do we do it in the first place? And this probably goes back into that sort of question again of going, you know, for a great many people in the industry, the received wisdom as it stands is really not very wise and has led to an awful lot of people being shit-canned by studios who also seem to somehow be protecting huge profits whilst claiming they're letting people go because they haven't got enough money. Capitalism, eh? Woo! That's not saying that the way we do things, the way we make games isn't necessarily completely wrong. It is saying it's a very, very good time to question those things right now. And kind of having the idea of saying, is the right way actually the right way? And when was the last time we really had a very, very deep stripping back of those assumptions behind that right way of doing things and really ask the question of whether they're right and why we're doing it that way at all? Are we actually benefiting as a game development community from this, or is the number of people who benefit from it getting ever smaller year on year? What can we do about that? How can we sort of like try and make the experience of game development that much easier and pleasanter and hopefully as a result more effective? I think one of the first things is this idea of unconsciously and unthinkingly vertically transmitting downwards. If you're not managing or leading a team, hopefully you will stay around and grow in the industry and you'll be doing it one day. If you are leading a team, have you considered about the things which you've been telling your teams is the right way to make games? Are they just coming from the fact that you were told they were the right way to make games? Have you at any point asked the question of saying, well, does that work for us? Have I taken what is basically fundamentally an awful lot of corporate structures, which is its own ecosystem? The notion around project management and all this sort of stuff, it is an industry of itself that exists to perpetuate itself to make money. That's not being weird, that's just true. It is an absolute system that says, we want to sell you this product of how you go about doing things. That's great. Have you translated that to your specific instance? Have you said, that's great, but it doesn't really work for us? We can take these things from it, but not those things from it. We need to critically apply these models, not just unthinkingly transmit them downwards. So things like companies have to grow. No, they don't. Companies have to grow if their work for hire and their business model is that every developer costs you £2,000 and you charge at £5,000, so you make £3,000 a developer, and you can guarantee that those developers will be employed 75% of the time. Yes, then growth is good. If you're an original IP company, growth's a killer. You don't want to get into that shit at all. You'll end up with like 700 artists that you can't feed at the end of a project. So question those things. Growth's a big one. It's a really, really big one. It really bugs me. Margins is another big one. Really question those margins, but then question why you're making the games in the first place. Are you just doing it because you want to make money? That's fine, that's great. How much money? Enough money to basically survive and kind of like have a nice life, or enough money because you want to be a billionaire? There was a talk earlier about venture capitalism. Are you on a venture capitalism arc where this is about explosive, massive profits? Are you on basically an arc where you're saying, actually, I don't need to be a millionaire. I just want to have a nice, comfortable life and do the things I love, in which case the decisions you're making should be radically different, all the way down to the sort of like development models that you use and things like that. Lastly, on this, again, coming back to this notion of I have made every mistake. I am a middle-class, straight, middle-aged white man. I am the majority in every room where game decisions are made. Being really, really aware of that, hugely important, and we talk about it a lot. What we sort of is much more difficult to grasp is the unconscious pressure that comes from that sort of majority thing, and actually really sort of coming in and questioning yourself and going, because you're in that position, actually there are probably voices in the room that are not being heard. I'm particularly quite loud and quite confident. That means that I generally push stuff through. Not because I'm a bully, but because someone who is quieter or may come from a position where they're not in that same sort of like confidence of majority may not be speaking up. What am I doing to enable that to happen? How am I making sure that I'm not having too many meetings? I'm not having too many things that are based around the idea that if you understand the methodology better than anyone else and you're confident and loud, that is the dominant voice that will come out of the room. It's the dominant voice, it's not necessarily the right voice. And this sort of comes down to lots of things about the kind of language we use as well. And this is one thing which is really, for me, has come out of not sort of being in the industry for the last 2 years. When we talk about going through a project, we talk about a burn down rate. We're going to burn the project down. We're going to have a scrum. It's weird. When you take a step back, 2 years out, you look back and you go, this language is fucking weird. We talk about games as something to be beaten and destroyed. We talk about our colleagues as people to compete with, to fight with. We're going to have a fight to start the day. We're going to scrum. You're going to start the day with a fight? This is supposed to be about cooperation and building things together. Language affects the thought structures that we have and the way we apply them to what we do. And again, this unthinking transmission downwards of going, That sort of attitudinal structure may work very well in a hyper-competitive environment, but we're not in a hyper-competitive environment when we're actually making games. The game might be sitting in a hyper-competitive environment. The actual development of it isn't. So all of those kind of assumptions that we've made, asking again that why. Why do we use these words? Why do we use these structures? Why do we do these things? What do they mean? How do they translate into the psychology of the day-to-day way in which people interact and engage with each other is critically important. And that automatically leads us to a point and a question of where we're talking about how well we're doing in terms of diversity of thought, diversity of experience, diversity of people that are making games. Because these structures, and particularly this language, is not diverse. It is not geared around that. It is highly specific. And if we just adopt it unconsciously and we just keep replicating it unconsciously, we are never going to get to a place where we're a more diverse industry, more diverse workplace, because we are pushing people away from it just through the words we use and through the structures that are created through the words and the language that we use. I absolutely firmly believe, more than anything else, the route out of the place that we're in is not unthinkingly replicating what has gone before. It's critically looking at it, it's asking the why question, and the way we get through this as an industry, but also as human beings, because fundamentally we're a bunch of human beings sitting in a room trying to actually have decent lives with each other, is through diversity, is through inclusion, is through the more intelligent relationship with the structures of development that we've kind of inherited, and saying, is this actually really what we want? And I think something that a much smarter person than me said to me once, which is my wonderful other half, Jessica Curry, who started the company with me. Fundamentally, kind of at the end of the day, you want to look at yourself in the mirror and say, have I increased the sum total of human happiness in the world today, or have I decreased it? And if you've increased the sum total of human happiness in the world, you've had a good day. Thank you.
And there we have it. Hello again, Lucy.
Hello, Harry. What do you
How
make of
was
that?
dinner?
Oh,
Yeah, that
dinner
was
was lovely. Thank you. I feel
Yeah.
refilled, ready to go.
Brilliant. No, that is good to hear. Yeah, that talk was good. It's good to see old man Harley in the chat. Yeah, you know, just having a little bit of the chat about the Dan Pinchbeck talk. It's like 10 talks in one.
Right.
It's 10 talks in one in half an hour, which is really quite funny.
Just keeps on giving. Yeah,
Yeah.
so interesting. He's got such a wealth of experience to draw from, doesn't he? Really cool.
Yeah, the two things I like about that most, like, I really like the sort of the ending point he sort of does about in terms of being like, yeah, hey, the psychology of like the way that we talk about the different like processes like Scrum and like burn down, and you know, it's like it is kind of crazy how like weirdly violent it is. Yeah,
Exactly. I wonder if it's like tech bro layover, maybe.
yeah, like that kind of feels like it could be, yeah. And also like the other part that was just making me just kind of go is the whole thing about the it was about the meeting your milestones, like meeting your milestones and like not letting them slip, because there's nothing like scarier to me as someone who has done like bits and pieces in production as like, oh yeah, don't worry, we'll just, you know, we sort of hit alpha, sort of. Oh dear, that's scary. But
I think it's like, it can be hard because like games are inherently so creative. It's such a creative process, right? Like, there's that challenge to hold on in the right way, you know, like put structure around it and reassess that. I think that's one thing that I've found in games is so important anyway, from a games composer perspective, you know, it's just maybe like a more micro view of that side of production. But no, I think it's really useful. Dan's obviously giving lots of really useful advice and clear tips to help you along there and recognize what matters the most. I loved hearing as well some of that high level stuff, working with Sony, what it's like working with that level of publisher, and timescales are still just super compressed.
Yep.
Ultimately.
The classic, the absolute classic. So yeah.
We have a comment from Shami, couldn't see the presentation points. Is that like the slides in the background?
Yeah, I think that was, yeah, we didn't have control over that one in terms of the recording. It was mostly also because Dan forgot to just click next on the slide as well. So it was more just focused on him talking.
Yeah, it was the camera view, I think. That was from a
Yeah, it was
previous.
just the-
Did you say that was November 2023? That talk was?
He did
Harry?
one in November 2020. He did it in like I think it was summer 2024, and then he did it again for April 2025. This
Right, I see. That was a bit more recent. It was an earlier talk as well that we heard from. So it
yeah.
was a couple of years ago. Yeah. Anyway, well, hopefully the live talks, when they get going again, you should be able to see the slides and presentation.
He's starting anytime.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Well, we have one more important thing we need to do beforehand, though.
We do.
We need to
Can't
give away a
forget.
£10 gift card.
Yeah,
we need
and
to
it's
do
spooky
that.
season. We've
It's
got the
spooky
Haunted
season.
Hill. Thank
Yeah,
you very
I'm just
much.
gonna hit it straight off. We've got 10 people vying for this, so this is gonna be
Incredible.
very entertaining.
Good luck, everybody. Captain Death.
Yeah.
Now, last time Captain Death had an early exit from the game
Yes.
and was pelted off the
Ironically.
court. So hopefully, yes. R.I.P. Captain Death. Hopefully.
Yeah, there's
you're in the running
already-
at the moment so far.
In the running. So there's these different things that will just come and goodbye, Sarah. She's dead.
Oh, Sarah again.
Just
that
come
happened
and
again.
just take away some of the
Oh,
balls
no.
sometimes. It's quite extreme.
Goodbye.
Oh my gosh, I think it got Shami Seth.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Shami. Bad luck. So far now, who is it? We've got Wee Tatty and
Currently
Magic
have-
Sketch Studio, neck and neck.
Yes. Yeah, currently. I think that's
Wee
just a
Tatty
ghost ball.
just
We can ignore that
Skipping
one.
ahead. Oh really?
Yeah.
I was getting excited for Wee Tatty.
Oh no, Wee Tatty is real. There's just like a weird fake ball that I did not add.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's gonna be going through this weird, creepy house, which is pretty nice.
It's giving me Mario Kart, like Bowser's Castle.
Yeah, it is
Kinda
weirdly
level.
Mario Kart Bowser's Castle. It
Mm.
is. Yeah.
Those 90-degree turns.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, they're all floating now. Yeah, so this is also a game called Marbles on Stream. You can get this one for free if you are like a Twitch or YouTube watcher. You can basically go on and
That's so useful. Let us know in the
Yeah.
chat if this is as fun to watch at home as it is for us.
yeah, I'm having a great time.
This is a
following
new one.
this.
This is the first time you've tried it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
enjoying it. I mean,
New
what's not to love?
experiment
Yeah.
We might be timing this perfectly because looking obviously at the
Looks like we're about to get going, but the priority here is Marble.
yeah, the talks have to wait. We have to see who's going to win a £10 friggin' PlayStation card.
Still, Wee Tatty, Captain Death, and Pip in the lead trio doing
It
well.
really seems to be between these three, right up to the very end. We're gonna
Magic
get a photo
Sketch
finish.
Studio
Even.
fell behind a little. Oh, you're not far. Who's gonna take it? Big finish. Oh, so close.
Oh, Wee Tatty got it. Wee Tatty
Wee
got
Tatty. Oh, wow, by the skinnier Tatty.
That's oh my
Congratulations.
gosh. I mean, heartbreaking for Captain Death, but
You were
you
so
still got
close.
2 more opportunities though.
Mm.
Wow.
Wow. Well, Wee Tatty, you have won a £10 PlayStation gift card, I do believe.
Yes, that is
Congratulations. You'll get an
correct.
email, I think, will be
Yes.
the next step. Wonderful. And it looks
We'll
like we're
email.
about to get going here in the room in Glasgow for our next set of talks.
Yeah, seems like it. I think in the meantime, it's just going to be us having a quick chat. Yeah, so second is better than dying.
Right.
There you go.
Positive
You know?
attitudes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on. If everyone could make their way to their seats, please, for the next installment of talks.
Right, we've got.
I love
we'll have
Colin's
2 more
announcer
giveaways.
voice.
Yeah, we've got 2 more giveaways that will go, both £15, one for Nintendo and one for Xbox. So stay around for
Trying
it.
to
I'll
decide
get
on
the
an
new
accent.
link going.
All right,
And-
everyone, if we could make their way back to their seats,
We'll
we'll
do
be
that
having
later.
some wonderful talks coming up for you now. You don't know what's coming. Some of the finest talk. I don't know, like Bonesaw or something. There we go. Okay, we have some brilliant talks coming up for you now, guys. I'll wait a little bit longer. I was a bit premature. So much more confident when I'm not doing my voice, and I can speak more slowly and concisely. Okay, everyone. Our next talk is from Kitten Summers, CEO at Haggis Studios, a dynamic company working on cutting-edge digital fashion agency, as well as developing their own dark comedy game title, Bigfoot vs. Scots. Please welcome to the stage, Kitten Summers.
Hello, Glasgow. Oh, it's good to be home. I've been away for a long time, as you're about to find out, but my goodness, is it good to be back in Glasgow. So, I'll start my talk with a wee bit of a contact warning. This talk is going to talk about homelessness, physical violence, suicide attempts, rogue Highland cows, lingerie failures, Bigfoots, physical alterations with bears, and a few haggises for good measure. So, I'll start with the basics. I was transgender in the 90s in Glasgow. You can imagine that was a fun time. Ended up homeless, sleeping rough in this very city centre for 2 years. Really struggled, had some really hard times, was starving. Used to go to a soup kitchen. We'll call that soup kitchen foreshadowing. And, you know, a few good fights, a couple of lost teeth, you know, some interesting moments. So that was being homeless in Glasgow. So I realized at that point I needed to get out. Now, I tried to kill myself. It's not exactly a happy moment, and it's really weird being back here because it was only about 50 meters away from here where I took those pills. So, yeah, a very stolen moment. So I managed to get myself out of Glasgow and I moved to Manchester. And that was kind of my first thing. And so I actually ended up becoming Miss TS International. Ended up, you know, thank you. At the end of the day, starving for 2 years really helped the figure, right? So it was an amazing time, and I can assure you, after standing in front of an audience of 3,000 people trying to do a striptease in lingerie and your zip getting stuck, nothing can faze you. But obviously this talk is about games. And I've always been a gamer. I was always into making games. So I used to make World of Warcraft or just Warcraft maps for my friends. And I got really into the Valve Hammer editor, and I remember getting really excited about making smashable tiles. And I used to make maps, and then we'd have LAN parties with my mates because 56K wasn't even a thing then. And we would get together at the weekends and play games. And I'd make a map, and then we would play the map all weekend. And that's how I got into it. So that was gaming, but I realized I really, really seriously wanted to get into making games as a profession. So what did I do? Well, as anyone does that's serious about get into video games, I became a piercing artist. And I started doing dressmaking and pattern making and design, and that was something I really enjoyed, and I realized that was something that I really had quite a good talent for. But I wanted to make video games. It was my passion. So like anybody who really, really seriously get into video games, I decided I need to take the next step. So I moved to Canada and married a biker, and got into Counter-Strike LARPing or airsofting, and basically ended up with a group of people going out hunting for Bigfoots. That was kind of my introduction to Bigfoot, and running away from a bear in the middle of the Canadian wilderness and having to punch it as it's running towards you really was a life-changing moment. But obviously, this talks about games, and I was seriously wanting to get into games, so I decided that, you know, it's time. I'd take the next step in getting into video games. So I moved to Norway and bought a farm. I got some Highland cows who ran away, Managed to break the fence and ran away and went 300 miles back to where we bought them from. Managed to impregnate about 25 of the other farmers' cows on the way there. I was not popular, I can assure you. Norwegian farming, and this is the kind of snow we'd have there. So that's my roof of my house. You could just walk onto it. That's how deep the snow was. So I decided that, video gaming, that's what I wanted to be serious. It's maybe time I got serious about making video games. So what did I do? I actually made a game. The game's called Bigfoot vs. Scots, and like anybody who's starting out in video games, I decided to make an open world RPG, 3D, fully immersive Unreal Engine environment. Nice and simple, easy, but it took me 5 years, and I released it in early access last year, so I did actually do it. But like anyone who's done early access games, it doesn't pay the bills. So I realized I had to diversify. I had to find other ways of making money to at least supplement while I was developing my game. So I launched my digital clothing company called Haggis One. I believe I put the first ever Ned in a video game. He's called Wee Rab, and he's in the game, but I believe it is the first ever Ned in a video game that I'm aware of. So Haggis One did well. I went on Scottish Edge this year and won. So, thank you. So, and I think some of the secrets about pitching is that when you're pitching to something like that, it's the creative and the experiences that you can draw from the past that really help. So, is there a point to this talk? Well, yeah, there is. And that's what about failure. It's like, I failed at being a sheep farmer, a piercing artist, and a games designer for quite a long time. I failed at lots of things. And I think the secret to being able to get better at yourself is being comfortable with mistakes, because you learn more from your failures than you'll ever learn from your successes. And break stuff. Run about, striptease in front of 3,000 people and have it go wrong. Poke holes in things, even people. Punch bears, it doesn't matter. Get out your comfort zone. And that is what I learned from what is that to be unique, that uniqueness that you have is one of the greatest assets you have, because you'll never make anything unique without being unique yourself. So, remember I was talking about the soup kitchen called Foreshadowing earlier? I don't know if I mentioned it, maybe I forgot. Anyway, the soup kitchen where I used to eat was just down the corner here, not far from Trongate. I was getting my Scottish Edge Award, and I was standing on the stage, looking out of the window where that soup kitchen was. Right at the soup kitchen, really quite. And I'd wish at that moment in time, because that soup kitchen I was standing at was the day before I tried to kill myself. And I wish I could tell teenage me, don't take those pills. It's not over. There's a whole world of adventure in front of you. And if you just stay with it, you'll be all right. Of course I didn't, but I wish I had. So, the final kind of point I'd like to make tonight is that, experience is a really hard teacher, but it's one hell of a good writer. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Kitten Summers there again. What a life. Okay. Thank you for returning it. One second. Okay. Remembered where I am. Okay. So, for our next talk, we have Danielle Biggins, former financial controller of Access Studios, co-founder of Dash Accounting and Hydra Studios, here on behalf of Animation Scotland. Please give it up for Danielle Biggins.
Hi everyone, this mic feels really tall. Let me adjust it. So hi, Danielle Biggins, and we'll start off with our showreel. You can just go for it. So that's our show reel. Thank you. I don't know why I'm saying thank you, because I had no part to play in making any of that. I'm just from Animation Scotland. Obviously, as I get introduced, I'm an accountant by day, but I've worked in the animation sector for a long time, and I'm also on the board of Animation Scotland. So that's obviously some of the amazing work by some of the amazing studios in animation that are within Scotland. So just to give an introduction to who Animation Scotland is, that's kind of the purpose of my talk tonight and why I'm here. Unfortunately, my slides aren't working, but luckily I came prepared and do have my notes, so I can just wing it a wee bit. So Animation Scotland is an industry-led body. It formed back in May 2022. There was quite a uptake, I suppose, even in the last decade. There was probably quite an increase in animation studios within Scotland. And the purpose, what we bring to it, is to showcase, represent and grow the Scottish animation industry. At the time when we formed Animation Scotland, we obviously know there's a vast amount of talent and resource, but we wanted our studios to have a collective voice that was recognised across the world. And as you will also know, there is great tax incentives here in not just Scotland but within the UK, and there's been recent reforms to that, and that obviously helps support the sectors, and that's both for games and animation, and there's a lot of regional support also. So the kind of focus is to turn all of that strength into business opportunities for the region. So we have a range of studios that have a variety of kind of creative areas. So we have animation studios such as Wild Child, Cahoots, Eyeballs. We have sound studios such as Big Mouth Studios, and we have studios that are more VFX based, like Motif, and then we have ones that are focused on games trailers and cinematics, like Hydra Studios and Revenant. But when we look at the current kind of climate just now, as you all know, we are being challenged with changes in commissioning patterns, and then also AI. It's obviously quite a hot topic, and we've heard about it earlier tonight, and that obviously is having an impact across the sector. But Scotland does have a growing network of studios and freelancers, and the quality of work coming out of Scotland, both in games and animation, is amazing. And we also have a strong reputation for creativity and storytelling, and that's, again, not just in animation, but also in games. But there are challenges. We do need more funding, and we need more opportunity and more visibility, and the ability to promote Scotland more internationally and stand side by side with competitors. And that's hopefully where Animation Scotland comes in. So kind of what we do is we are actively trying to expand Scotland's presence in international markets. So earlier in the year we attended Annecy in France, and we have been there, and a lot of people in animation go to Annecy regularly year in, year out, but this year we'd got support to take a stand there. And it was really important because I think, having everybody there and having that kind of collectiveness, that voice, the representation, it speaks volumes when you're out in the world trying to, tell everybody how amazing Scotland is. And later in the year, so next month actually, it's came round really quick, but next month we are taking a delegation of the member studios to LA, and we're going to the World Animation Summit. And again, that's just to showcase the amazing talent that's here in Scotland and try and bring more work and more opportunity to Scotland. We also have strong partnerships with Screen Scotland, Scottish Enterprise and the UK Department of Business and Trade, and they really help us make all of that possible. And we also work really closely and collaborate with other organisations such as the Glasgow Film Festival, the Move Summit, who you heard from earlier tonight, which, just to give another shout out, if you haven't been to go, it's amazing, and the Manipulate Festival as well. And we also collaborate with visual organisations such as Games Development Association. But it is important that both in animation and in games that there's support for the next generation. So we work closely with the education sector to find ways to support and nurture talent that's obviously coming through Scotland. And the reason why we think all of this matters is, well, firstly, the economic impact. It's important to create jobs here in Scotland, build the skills needed to support an entire ecosystem within the creative industries. I think it's not a secret that we're great at producing talent and then everybody leaves. So it would be great if we could, retain that within Scotland. And in addition to that, we feel it's really important to be showcasing the Scottish culture through stories, producing work that creatives want to make for global audiences. And lastly, there's a huge cross-sector impact between animation, games, film, TV, advertising and education. And we believe in supporting each other and helping each other flourish. So we would love to connect with anybody that's across the sectors. So if you're a professional within the creative sector, please keep an eye. We did have a wee QR code that I was going to show, but I don't have it. So you can Google us, Animation Scotland, and you'll find our website. And yeah, you'll find, so if you're a professional, you'll find information there about different industry events that we host. Do come along, get involved with them. If you're a student or you're new to the creative sector, follow our social pages. If there's any internships within our member studios, we tend to promote them through our social media pages. And we also have information about the TRC reset programme on there, which, just to kind of cover that briefly, it's a great scheme for new entrants and people that are junior. So that they offer for studios also, it's a great opportunity because they offer funding, they support a lot of these roles. So you can get somebody, you can fund somebody to come into the studio that's in that kind of junior level. And for students or people that are new, it's across animation, VFX and games. So check that out, it's an amazing programme. And for any partners or funders who would like to help us, we're always looking for people to shout about us and shout about how amazing animation in Scotland is. So please do so. And if you would like to sponsor, we would love that also. So yeah, here after the talks to chat. I'm very friendly. If anybody wants to come and say hi, please do so. And thanks very much for listening to me.
I swear people keep moving it closer. No, it's not, it's me. Okay, we'll move right along. The next speaker is Thomas Welsh, writer and narrative director on neo-noir cyberpunk games Cloudpunk and Nivalis. Please welcome to the stage, Thomas Welsh.
Hello, Thomas Welsh, that's me. I'm talking today, writing Cyberpunk without cyborgs, guns, cops, or cyborg gun cops. Quite a lot of this talk was originally done for GDC, and it was like a 45-minute talk. And I thought I'll never streamline that down to 10 minutes, but it turns out there was only 10 minutes of good stuff in it. So you're getting that today. So I normally start my talks with who are you and what are you doing here? Or alternatively, another title, who's that guy in the ugly sweater and what's he talking about? Who's that guy in the ugly sweater is always true. I'm pretty much always wearing a silly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the moral support. So these are some of the games that I've worked on. Best Served Cold, Service with a Shotgun, Cloudpunk and Nivalis. Cloudpunk and Nivalis are both set in the same world. I developed them with Ion Lands, and Cloudpunk was just me. Nivalis, I have a writing team on it. And this talk mainly is about Cloudpunk, a cyberpunk game with no guns in it, or no guns that you get to shoot anyway. So now the real question for this talk, how do you make people care about this? This is Rania from Cloudpunk, the main character. Migrant, a delivery driver, a refugee, a regular person in a irregular world. Without this is a gun. Without necessarily killing this is your sidekick in Cloudpunk. This is Camus. Camus is your robot dog car. It makes sense in the game. And when we originally wrote Cloudpunk, one of the things that the studio director asked me to do was to make the player cry. which is ironic because there was far more people in the development team crying than the players. But we decided the best way to do that was to give you a robot dog sidekick, then kill the dog, and everyone cries. Now, I won't tell you if Camus the dog dies. You'll have to play the game. I will say we did find some more sophisticated ways to emotionally engage the player. I'm not guaranteeing the safety of any characters in the game. So can voxels make you cry? In other words, how does Rania, right here, compete with Keanu fucking Reeves, right here? I should point out we came out at pretty much the same time as Cyberpunk 2077. A bit of counter-programming. We don't have cyborgs, guns, all that stuff. We have delivery drivers and depression. So there we go. So how am I going to explain how I did this, how I made an interesting game without guns and Keanu Reeves? Well, I'm going to take you all on a hero's journey. No, I'm not. There will be no hero's journeys today. Anyone who's studied any narrative will be glad to hear. No heroes, no guns, just delivery drivers and dominatrices. I don't know if that's the proper pluralization, so I use it multiple ways, and I'll explain why in a minute. How do we make an exciting game with no combat? That was a question I had to answer and tell you in 10 minutes. How do we make conversations themselves interesting? It's actually really easy. You don't make a game about conversations. That would be really boring. You make a game about breakups, being arrested, border checks, being threatened, talking bombs, jilted dominatrixes, spelled the other way so that one of them's right. Non-violent revolution, drug deals. I'm a writer. Violent revolution. So that's what we have in Cloudpunk. We have all these different interactions which you would not look at and say, those two people are having a conversation. So I was once sitting in a coffee shop and two people were sitting really close to me, and one of them says to the other, do you want to know why we broke up? Do you want to really know why we broke up? And I was like, I want to know. Because anybody would be fascinated by that. Imagine a relationship post-mortem. That's not a conversation, that's just exciting. So if you have breakups in your game instead of conversations, that's cool. Being arrested, if you see some guy getting pushed up against the wall and handcuffed and thrown in a van, being read their rights, you don't think those two people are having a lovely conversation. You think, typical Glasgow. You think that guy's getting arrested. Border checks, you know, if you've ever had your passport checked at a border, that's exciting in a bad way. It's terrifying, it's tense. Being threatened, again, if someone's been pushed up against the wall and someone's saying what they're going to do to them, again, Glasgow. But they're being threatened, that's not a conversation. There's a section with a talking bomb in Cloudpunk. The jilted dominatrixes thing is, there's a storyline in Cloudpunk where you meet a kind of sex worker, and she's waiting for a client that didn't turn up, and she's really bored, and she's just talking about how mundane her job can be. And I wrote this story because I just wanted a kind of more sympathetic version of that kind of character. And it was actually some people on Twitter, back when Twitter wasn't a toilet, where a couple of dominatrixes that worked in New York messaged me to say they really liked that character and they thought that was a good kind of non-stereotypical depiction of a sex worker in the game. So that was nice for me. Yeah, and people planning revolution, you don't think they're having a nice conversation. You think they're making petrol bombs. So, more specifically, explain how to do this. When is a conversation not a conversation? Interviewing a suspect. That's a great one. You see this in so much crime fiction. You know, someone being interviewed, whether they did it or not, it's very dramatic. You know, kind of tense questions. Someone's in trouble. The stakes are very high. Flirting. Again, this flirtation can happen in lots of different environments. It doesn't need to be like a romantic partner kind of thing. Flirting happens in our lives all the time, all around. Maybe in the room tonight, who knows? People are flirting as they're talking, and this can just add a little bit of spice and flavour to interactions. That bit in The Princess Bride when they won't shut up. So you know when there's a sword fight in The Princess Bride, or Monkey Islands, which is similar in a game that I mentioned tonight. It's actually more about the words than the sword fight, although the sword fight's really cool. The interaction between the characters is the cool thing, the verbal kind of barbs going back and forward. Therapy. Who's not interested in therapy? People going through their personal problems and talking through them and you know, getting to talk about really serious things. These are interesting conversations, but they're not conversations. So I always believe in my writing that I look to challenge the players' values and beliefs and ask them personal questions. So questions that challenge their values in Nivalis in particular, in my new game, are things like, can you be friends with someone after you break up with them? Actually, this is in Best Served Cold too. People have strong opinions about these kind of questions. So if you have characters talk about these things and involve you as well, your own values get interrogated and questioned, and you get engaged by the dialogue. Is freedom more important than safety? You know, make your dialogue a personality test. So I'm always doing this. I love these personality tests where you know, answer questions and they get more and more personal as you go and tell you about who you are as a person. I think good game dialogue, especially dialogue with choices, can do this, and people get really into it. So when I made Cloudpunk, this is how many gameplay verbs we had, 1.5. There was no dialogue choices, there was very little inventory or items at the start. So all we had was you could drive there or drive somewhere else. So even your choices were just defined by where you could drive. That's all you did, you just flew around in your flying robot car. But I don't think Cloudpunk would have been easier to write and be more dramatic if a gameplay verb that I had access to would have been shoot this guy. I think conversations can be fights and words are weapons at their best. And I think a bullet can be a full stop to a conversation. It can just stop it before things get interesting. Here's a couple of my favourite kind of verbal barbs in fiction. Does anyone know this one from Don Draper in The Lift and Mad Men? It's a great line when he's talking to the kind of up-and-coming copywriter. And it's just the way that he destroys him with this one sentence. You know, the copywriter says to him, you know, I feel bad for you. And Don says, I don't think about you at all. It's just so brutal, brilliant writing. And again, from Game of Thrones, which people have erased from their memory after the last series, but was good. This is brilliant. This is Lady Olenna Tyrell saying, tell Cersei I want her to know it was me. She's physically been defeated, she's been poisoned, she's going to die at this point, but her last words are like this kind of barb from the grave that are more serious than the physical, the action. It's like just a great phrase. Or this is Paul Atreides in Dune saying, may thy blade chip and shatter, which is taking his framing training from the desert and applying that philosophy to the knife fight. And in a way, he's kind of won this fight. It's basically because Fade Routher, the bad guy, just kind of repeats what he said. So he couldn't think of any good comeback. Would have been terrible at rap battles. Okay, doc. So every good fight is a conversation. It's easier to tell a sentence with bullets, to tell a story with sentences than bullets. So I'll try and get through the takeaways quick as I'm running out of time. Here's a secret. Conversations are easy. Just don't write any. Instead, write a battle, a mystery, foreplay, a hunt, a philosophical debate, freestyle slam poetry about anarchism. That's in Cloudpunk. I did make quite a lot of poor voice actors either rap or sing. I have zero regrets because they all were so good. Or a joke. Don't overwrite. If it made you laugh, cry or smile once, that's enough. This is a thing to remember about writing humour in particular, especially if you're writing in a writing team. If you laughed the first time, remember that you laughed, because it's very easy to forget what's funny and overwrite and change things till it's not funny anymore. And you don't need Keanu Reeves in your game, but it probably doesn't hurt. So if Keanu is in tonight, he can be in my next game, that's fine. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, that time it worked. Wonderful. All right, so quick thank you to some of our sponsors again. Team Terrible, Ninja Kiwi, Game Maker, and 4J Studios. Without them, we wouldn't have tonight. And now we're just going to have a little video from the charity that the proceeds of our raffle and lots of things are going to be going to. So this will be a little video from War Child. Just a couple of minutes.
We are War Child. Our mission is to protect, educate, and support children affected by conflict. As many as possible, as early as possible. Our story started 30 years ago, when children in conflict zones had no access to professional psychological support. A visit to the former Yugoslavia in 1993 by filmmakers David Wilson and B. Leeson and social entrepreneur Willem and Verloop, would sow the seeds of change to come. Our founders saw firsthand how the war was impacting innocent children. And yet, back home in the UK, they were shocked to see indifference from political leaders. It didn't have to be this way. They couldn't just stand by. They knew something had to change. That day, War Child was born. We crossed conflict lines with undaunted ambition. Despite the potential danger, our qualified aid professionals stayed, listened, and learned. Flash forward to 1995, a game-changing year. Sir Paul McCartney, Oasis, Blur, Radiohead, and many more musicians recorded a #1 album in just 3 days. Entitled Help, it raised a staggering £1.25 million. And so began our music fundraising legacy, our way of getting as much support as possible. And over 30 years, we continue to find new ways to use music in our mission. From humble beginnings in Bosnia to the front line of the conflict in Ukraine, we're there in communities continuing to listen and learn. Bold, committed, transparent, and accountable as ever. For 3 decades, we have and will always believe that in order to safeguard a child's future, we must start with the psychological impact of conflict on children. Because real systemic change comes from working with local communities, not from international aid workers. We've got to where we are because of our incredible supporters, but there's still so much work to be done. Today, 1 in 6 children remain affected by armed conflict. The future of a generation is at stake, and we must act now to protect it. On this, our 30th year, we're ready to rise to the challenge. We will never give up, but we need you now more than ever. Join us.
So yeah, this will be our last chance to buy raffle tickets. If anyone's not getting one yet, it's, as you can see, it's a fantastic charity, and the prizes are pretty incredible. So in about 25 minutes, we're going to be back. We're going to have the raffle done with myself and Colin. And in the meantime, there is still food left. So whether or not you bought foods, you can get some foods. And this break is going to be a little bit more noisy, but in a good way, because the GGs are doing their sound check. So something to look forward to. Thank you very much.
There we go.
Wow, what a great set of talks.
Yeah, well, a lovely set of talks.
Yeah, that was
There we go.
fascinating. We heard from Kitten, Danielle, and Thomas, full with
3
information and facts. Yeah.
Gosh, yeah, 3 very like
Authenticity.
dense. Yeah, very authentic and like very like, you know, getting down to a lot of light heart and, you know, like complicated subject matter as well. Really cool to see just even a lot of those themes in these talks.
Oh, we're getting a wave. Hello, friends.
We're getting a hello from Sarah, so there we go.
Hello, everybody. How nice.
Oh my
and
gosh.
hello to everybody watching us online as well. If you
Yeah.
stuck with us for the whole thing so far, thank you. That's so nice.
There are quite a
and
few people
hopefully-
who have, yeah.
Yeah.
Just to say as well, also again, as was mentioned, I've got down below. Oh, hi, Lucinda. Hello. Yeah,
Hello.
if you have just this break to contribute to the War Child raffle if you want to. It's just gotten over £900 for that. Hello, Kian. Kian is main
900.
producer as well for SGDA. Yeah.
Yeah, the link for the main raffle that they'll be announcing live on the screen. That's
It's
it.
scrolling along, and I'll keep that one scrolling on for a little bit as well.
And the link for our exclusive online only gift card giveaway, which is only for people that are joining us here. So you're very
Only
special.
people who are watching us here.
We've got
is-
our
is
last
here.
one coming up. Oh, thank you, Harry.
Yeah.
This is where we've been playing Marble Run to
Yeah, we've been
determine the
playing
winner.
Marble Run. Yes. So if you want in, this is the big one because this is the last break. So we're giving away the 2 big ones. £15 Nintendo, £15 Xbox. The stakes have never been higher. Quite literally, they are the most we have currently. So yeah, you
Big
have
prizes.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do a couple of we'll do a couple of ones. Because we have some from basically the last previous nights. However,
That's right.
we may
For
not
some
be able to get
talks.
through all three, but we'll try to get through them.
Yeah. The plan is they'll be starting again. Is it at about
Should be past, yes.
1:30? Yeah. So we've got
So-
until then to watch back some talks. So I think we were maybe, am I right, Harry? Are you lining up a talk that happened earlier in the week from Gareth Griffiths for us? Fantastic.
Yes.
Gareth is the co-founder at VR development studio Relentless Games. And it's going to be talking mixed realities, I think, in this talk. Is that right, Harry? I wasn't there.
That is correct.
Were you there? So maybe you've...
This is going to be a new one
had a
for me because this
preview.
was in Edinburgh.
Right.
Yeah. This is Gareth
Yeah.
from Edinburgh on mixed reality. We're going to play that one. Going to play one more after that, and then we'll do some raffles. So get in
Exciting.
now.
See you shortly.
See you shortly, everybody. Yes.
Hey! Right, hello everybody. I've driven up from Brighton today, so if I'm talking nonsense, feel free to heckle, shout at me. I almost missed the talk as well, so it's a good start. Okay, yeah, I was here 2 years ago. Let's move this up there. 2 years ago, and I was giving a talk about the idea of turning like 2D apps and games into 3D, because MetaQuest had just been released. There was a lot of like talk about virtual reality, huge investments. And I decided to take that idea into practice and create an app or a sort of prototype where I could try it out. Do I press? There we go, cool. Is it gonna load? Do videos play? Ah. Okay, here it is. So, yeah, the idea was to take Tetris and make it 3D, add the extra dimension. It seemed like quite a simple idea and something that I could learn virtual reality and how to yeah, take the idea of making a 2D game and turning it into three-dimensional. And then maybe that idea could translate into other types of games. It was just supposed to be a prototype, something that would teach me skills, give me something to learn, and see where it goes. I shared it with Michael Gallagher, who some of you all know, and he really liked the idea. I decided that we could actually work on it more and turn it into a game or anyway. So let's see, next slide. Is it me doing this? We decided to work on it, and we worked on it for about a year. There were a lot of frustrations working with VR, especially inside of Unity. I'm sure a lot of you who have worked inside of Unity are kind of aware that there are loading times. So this would be a video which would be showing a loading screen, and it's probably still actually loading because as your project grows, even if you do a lot of tricks like calling off code and trying to keep everything very slim, it's still infuriating how long it can take. So you kind of need the mentality of a Zen monk in order to work on Unity games. When you couple that with the MetaQuest, which I was using via USB connected, you have connection issues all the time. So not only are you contending with slow loading, you also have to have connection issues, you're pulling cables out. It's just getting very, very tiring quickly. Every time you sit down to work on it, you know you're going to have probably a third of your time is just sitting there, sort of thinking about life and how you hate it. So yeah, a lot of frustrations around that. And then as well, there are updates like probably every month or so, which you think could be a really great thing. You know, you're getting all these updates, everything's going to be working so much better. But particularly last year, the updates would actually just completely kill your work, and you had to spend another day fixing to find out what fundamental things they changed in order to just continue working on the game. So incredibly frustrating. There's probably a lot of people who use Godot here. Godot people here. Woo! Yeah, okay, cool. Cult of Godot is real. I started learning that last month, and wow, the loading times on that are just instant. Code is so quick. I was kind of tricked into using it because it says that you can use .NET. So I was like, brilliant, a client wants me to make a web game. I'm going to smash through this in no time. I can use C#. I was like, 1 week to go. I should probably just do a build because often things happen when you do the build. And obviously you can't use .NET for web. So I had to reprogram the whole thing in GDScript, which is actually really nice to work with. So I highly recommend Godot. I haven't tried it for 3D yet, but it's a huge improvement. And I think Unity has a lot of catching up to do in terms of how the software actually works to actually make things more enjoyable. Because over the year of working with this, a lot of the reason why I struggled was just Unity. It wasn't even working in VR. It was just like having to constantly fix things. So we made a version that people could try. Fergus Coyne did a indie presentation where I took the game to Dundee. And that was really eye-opening, being able to try it out with people. Loads of people broke it, so obviously I had to reset it. But also just learning about and watching people use the software, use the game, because I had this idea where there would be gestures that you could do and they would control objects. It was almost like you had superhuman powers and you could move your hands and they would move the objects. But people would just time and time again just constantly try and reach for the objects. And it seems so obvious, you know, you're working in VR, it's just what people want to do. They want to grab the object, they want to manipulate it. They don't want to think about their hands as controllers. So a lot of lessons sort of taken that on board. The other thing was that as we've been working on it, you know, mixed reality and Mark Zuckerberg kind of pushing his Ray-Bans and as well, you know, Apple releasing their device, it's really looking like augmented reality and mixed reality is the way that things are going. So we really wanted to ditch the controllers, go for hands, but also start creating inside of mixed reality rather than virtual reality. That also eliminated a lot of issues with people feeling sick because of the motion sickness. And as well, I think it allows for more casual games, like you can just put on the pair of glasses and you'll be able to see your environment. So there's a lot of reasons why we decided to kind of move in that direction. So, but before I continue with that, I'll just show you where we got to before we sort of made a big pivot, if the video is going to work. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Let's go to the next slide. Ta-da! Okay. Anyway, it's a shame because it looks very different. So basically, yeah, we got to a point where we created this underwater scene. We had the kind of Tetris, everything looking really nice. It was very zen. I worked with a composer, David Sheard, to create interactive sounds, where as you played and it got more intense, the music would become more intense, and then as the thing slowed down. And the idea was it was a very sort of zen, chill experience, but it was just boring. Yeah, Mike wasn't so interested in it. I've been working on it for a year, and I was just like, the controls just weren't as accurate as we needed them to be. So we decided that we needed to make a big change. And Mike was like, cakes. And I was like, cakes? Yeah, cakes. Why don't we change the blocks for cakes? It kind of gets us away from Tetris and getting sued by Nintendo. And we kind of can go off on this sort of original tangent. So we started with some very basic experiments. You can kind of see here there's a mixture of the old board and the new one coming along. And then cakes, and then obviously I had to add faces to the cakes to make it all more interesting. But still, it just wasn't fun, and I was just really struggling to work on it with all the kind of frustrations, with the direction of it. You know, I've been working on it for like over a year now, and I just really wanted to kind of take it in a new direction. So I had to spend some time just really figuring out what is fun, like what motivates me, what do I actually want to spend my time looking at? You know, do I want to look at grey blocks? Do I want to have, or rather go completely fantasy and start bringing in lots of different objects and ideas and power-ups that are more about witches casting spells or unicorns jumping around the board rather than kind of more mechanical things. So yeah, I took some time out and just sort of got in touch with my inner child. I don't know if any of you remember Robot Unicorn by Adult Swim. That was great. Yeah. And a bunch of other kind of Ghibli-inspired 3D and Discworld. And I just love all these kind of fantasies. I'm out of time. Oh my God. It goes so quickly. So I'll just wrap things up quickly. Basically, the game has really transformed now into another video, which you won't be able to see. So, so yeah, it's all going fantasy, and I'm having a lot of fun. So yeah, thank you.
There we go, and that's us. Yeah, awesome.
Oh, it's fun
Brilliant.
to hear something from earlier in the week. Feels a bit more current, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, I was having wartime flashbacks about the when it came to like the VR and like Unity taking ages to load in VR because
oh gosh.
I recently was working with the team at Hidden IO, who are mostly in Canada, to help release Zix, which is a VR game that you can get now on the MetaQuest platform or on Steam.
Get it now.
Yeah, you can get it now. It's a pretty good game if you like action VR games. And yeah, we had to do it in Unity, and oh my gosh, it tests your patience. I love working in VR. I did it for my honors project, but it does test your patience, those loading times sometimes.
I bet. No, it sounds like it could be a bit grueling. And I thought as well it was so relevant what he was saying about the physicality of games and the access to it and how that can really change. It's quite hard to predict, I suppose, like how people are going to react to it. But also, I guess you can underestimate how inviting it is when there's a physical thing there. Like I'm the same. I just want to touch everything. So
yeah, I remember there's a new the new Critical Role campaign online, and in the most recent episode that they just did, the GM Brennan, a character just immediately went and just decided to, without just prompting, just touch some cursed magical object, and he just said, I'm going to set a very important precedent for touching things in this campaign.
Right, exactly. I think that's maybe what we all need as gamers. Like
yeah, enough yellow tape. We don't need more yellow. We don't need yellow tape, paint everywhere. We need like yellow tape saying,
yeah,
don't touch these
exactly.
things.
Like literally, do not cross. Like
exactly. Very, very. Oh man, Harley. Yeah, bad management really is the single worst thing in the games industry right now. It just has such a knock-on impact on everything, to be honest. Yeah.
I was thinking that earlier, actually, when I think it was probably while we were watching Dan's talk, but I think quite a lot of people have touched on this over all of the talks anyway. But just, obviously, there's just so much relevance in the games industry from so many angles that apply to other things. There's such a lot of crossover, and the project management side was something I was really thinking about in terms of, because I work across a couple of different industries and in different sectors that all have their own ways of managing or project managing. It's interesting how you see these patterns and things that work and pitfalls. And then just from what Dan was saying, I could see that there was so much relevance for all of those different industries and projects I've been on, whether they're games or not.
The same. It's it's the same stuff. It's the same, just ultimately soft skills.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All
We're
right.
packed with them. let's not forget it, game developers.
I think we can squeeze in. I think we can squeeze in one more talk because, like, we
Yeah.
might end up like dropping into the raffle a little bit like hot, but also like it's fine because most of that's mostly in person.
I agree. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's
Should we
hear
introduce the
from
next one? I think
somebody.
we'll do Elliot's one, maybe.
Yeah, Elliot Bartram, right? That sounds
Oh,
great. Who is
yes.
a gameplay engineer at Flix Interactive, which is a co-dev studio working with clients such as Mafia, Sea of Thieves, and Sniper Elite, to name just a few. And this talk is called "Finding a Memory Leak in the Dark: Diagnosing Performance Issues in Live Builds." This was the cool Cody one you were talking about, Harry. And
Yeah,
this was
this
from
one-
earlier in the week.
From last night in Dundee.
Yesterday.
Yes,
Yes,
correct.
yes.
Yeah.
Very fresh. Coming at you.
Very fresh.
Enjoy. See you soon.
Lovely introduction, thank you. So my name's Elliot, I work for Flix Interactive. They are a co-development studio based in Birmingham. I work remotely in Dundee. And we work on a bunch of projects with other clients to help them realize their milestones and help them develop the games that they're making. So some of the previous games I've worked on, Sea of Thieves and Manor Lords, and some other stuff I can't talk about because it's under NDA. In terms of what we'll be talking about, so primarily an educational insight into applied performance testing methodology with a real memory leak as an example. I think we're not really going to cover anything too technical. There are technical parts in here, but in terms of like what we'll actually be going through, it's more of the process of what we're actually looking at. So what is, sorry, tough to see. Player experience, no one wants to really play a slideshow. Nobody really wants to watch a slideshow at night, right? But in terms of accessibility, not everyone has a £5,000 PC. Platform hardware requirements, not all platforms like, Switch, Xbox, etc., all have different requirements, so different performance capabilities. So what can we measure? We can measure our CPU timing, we can measure our GPU timing, and we can measure the amount of memory that we use. So, performance, designer's bane. Basically, the tools available are UE5 Insights, we've got Visual Studio's Profiler, we've got some stuff in Unity for performance testing extension, and just Task Manager isn't the best. You can use it to kind of get some ideas, but in general, there's been quite a few reports. It's not all that accurate. So, this is a statement I've heard before. Performance testing should only be done at the end of development, right? Nah. Performance testing is really important to do as you go through the process of making your game. It's really important that you know exactly how your game is performing as you're making it. If you leave it all the way to the end, then you're just going to be stuck with a bunch of problems at the end when you thought you were done, adding a ton of time onto development. So, Manor Lords, the game that we are working on just now. It was, hold on, I'm going to look at the facts. Built by a solo developer, sold 1 million copies in 24 hours, which is awesome. Lots of blueprints, lots of old code, lots of stuff to sift through as one of only 3 engineers. Tough project to get through in terms of like understanding what was going on with some of the older code and systems that didn't exist anymore, but were still there, commented sections, etc. So the problem. Eventually, we managed to get to a point where we were able to release an early access build this month. And one of the things that QA brought up initially was that our build over time got slower and slower and slower. Then, by the end, we released it without being able to actually reproduce that issue, and players said the same thing. So how do we approach this? Basically, what do we have now, and how do we start to look at the problem? We've got a handful of engineers busy trying to build features and fix bugs, a very small QA team in a different time zone with their hands full, and a Discord server with players feeding back issues, but the problem is we can't really go and talk to those players and ask them because it's their data, it's a public Discord server, it's a little tough, so we've got to figure this out. So the 3 most important questions. What is causing the issue? Where is the problem happening, and why? Why is it causing the problem, and why only on certain users' machines? So first off, we try and get a CPU capture, understand what's going on there, evaluate the timings, see if they get exponentially worse over time. Like I said, there's some technical stuff in here. I'm probably going to kind of skip over that, and you can see it or ask for the slides later. But essentially, these can get very large, and we're just trying to see generally what in our code base is causing problems. So the times look reasonable. We've got our graph here that tells us our frame times. Anything under this mark is great. We've got 60 FPS. So they look fine, about an hour in. We do have a spike, but it's not consistent. So we're not really worried. Let's make the team aware and move on to something else. This time, we can look at memory. So in terms of a gut pre-diagnosis, if it's not the CPU, something's going wrong over time, it's probably the memory. There might be a leak somewhere. So what is a memory leak? Basically, anything that we forgot to clean up that we made that isn't covered by Unreal's kind of basic garbage collection system, which collects all the data that we don't need anymore. Other systems, I think, do this automatically. I don't know how good or bad they are at it. But for us, most of the time it's handled, but we need to check because humans are coding this and we're not perfect. So again, there's some technical stuff here and in the next slide that we'll probably skip a lot over, but the important part that we're trying to get across here, is that we're just going through all the motions of what could it be. So next, we look at the capture, and we can see, right, okay, we've got a steady ramp up. That's kind of a problem. Memory should be fairly consistent throughout the whole playthrough, but we're seeing that there's actually a big ramp. So something suspicious. The good news is we can start looking at the next stage, which is the where. So where is this going wrong, and how can we go solve that? So this is the technical bit where we look at kind of the investigation of the Unreal Insights. I won't go too deep into this, but the general idea was that we could use the tools that we had to go and see exactly where we were finding our problems in terms of memory leaks. And all of these were options for us to investigate through, and it was up to us to just kind of pick apart what might be a problem. So going a bit deeper, we can see we can actually go to each individual point of allocation. So there was a bunch of investigation time gone into places that weren't actually the issue. And it was mainly things that should be there, like meshes or like music that was playing at the time or whatever. So after investigating, we found this line of code. Do I have any coders in the room who might be able to point out what the issue is? It's okay if I don't. How many coders have we got? Hands up. Ah, not really. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Wrong crowd. So we found the issue. We know this to be suspect, so essentially this part won't be cleaned up unless we manually clean it up, and it's not being cleaned up. So we fixed that, and we come back to it. But now we need to kind of figure out the why. So why might this have been a problem? Well, it is a Steam release, so meaning all of our players were on PC. Everyone has different everyone has different systems. Some players have less RAM than others, which means that they would see the problem faster as they were running out of memory. Now, we can see in our post capture that the blue line that we saw ramping up to the sky earlier is actually now pretty flat. We're all good. So that seems to be the problem solved, and we can get this out to players as soon as possible. So this isn't supposed to be a super technical talk, though it does talk about some technical tools. The most important part is how we got there, and that's through the knowledge that we gained in that period. So 1.5 weeks of learning the tool from scratch, the Insights tool, asking around the studio for who had the knowledge on that tool, watching talks, reading documentation, all that kind of stuff. And then once I feel like I had the right idea, 3 full days of investigation, 30 false alarms, and about 5 considerations that maybe this wasn't for me and I should do something else. But what to take away, share your tools and knowledge with your team. New tools are scary, but absolutely worth learning. Not everyone's going to be, love using the same thing as you. and your platform requirements are whatever they are. So make sure you're checking them. Don't be the works fine on my rig guy. Nobody likes that guy. Go check. Have a little see what you can find. Trust your gut and other people's experience. Share your knowledge, which is exactly what we're all here for and what we all want to do. Continue to make sure that everyone on your team is as educated as you are. And start performance testing early. I know I skipped over a lot of the technical stuff, but if anyone is interested, I can email the slides, but thank you so much for your time, and have a great night.
Back and we're very small. There we go. We're back now. Yay!
We're back and we're very small, and now we're big.
And now we're big. That's a lovely talk. Yeah.
That was, yeah. I mean, I have to say, as a non-coder, I don't know if I followed everything there, although I appreciated the insight into their process. What was the actual? What was the reveal? What was wrong about that line of code?
I mean, he didn't actually say what was wrong with the line of code in the thing, but for reference, at least when I was looking at it, what I think the line of code was, the issue with the line of code was that basically, I think it was running within like a loop, but it was checking every time it would check something, it would also create a new variable in order to check it. So you'd kind of be doing that over and over and over, and then it would never actually end up.
And that's what was eating up all the memory. Just well.
Yeah.
The dark art of coding.
Yeah. Yeah. Dark arts of coding. It absolutely is.
Very cool. Well, it was great to hear something from yesterday. We do have one important thing. Don't let me interrupt you.
No, yeah. We've got one more big important thing to do before we end up going and having the raffle and everything like that. And I think we've just got the time to squeeze it in because I think they're running a tiny bit over. So perfect. We've got 2 codes to give away for Xbox and Nintendo, but I'm going to do it in Nintendo, then Xbox. Got this fun one, Leap to Remember. I want to do this from touchscreen because it's got an intro cutscene. Why this one has an intro cutscene and none of the others do, I don't know.
Last.
Yeah, look at this. This is crazy.
The drama. Do we get to see all our characters?
Yes. So this is locked in. You can see everybody here. I'm just gonna make sure that I've
Good luck, everybody.
This. Good luck, everybody.
Racers.
Let's see how it goes. Let's see who's gonna win the £15 Nintendo.
Nintendo gift card up for grabs. It's all very, we're all very clustered.
Sweet G coming straight out alongside with Wee Tatty Studios once again.
Oh, now everyone's in amongst.
Yeah, this one
was in the lead there.
Sarah. Is Sarah gonna get? Sarah hasn't gotten immediately destroyed this time.
Sarah, that was a good yeet.
Oh no!
Been a bad yeet the past 2 times. Oh, sorry.
There goes Chopsy's dad, just straight into the abyss.
Goodbye, Chopsy's dad.
Oh my god! No way. Wee Tatty Studios is back at it again.
And Sarah's still in the running. That's great, because Sarah's had bad luck the past few ones, I think.
Poor Captain
Death.
Death.
Streaming ahead. Captain Death.
Streaming ahead, but there's
classic
still like
move from Captain Death falling off the platform.
No, again? Oh, sad.
Oh, it's third time Shammy is. I like saying your avatar name.
Sarah's just lost a lot of speed there. That's going to be really good. Oh my gosh, back in the lead.
Okay. Oh wow, it's very exciting for one of our last rounds here. Neck and neck again.
Yeah.
Changing every second.
Round.
Through the cannon.
Sarah. Yep.
Sarah
wins the £15 voucher. So congratulations.
By Petch and Sweet G. Congratulations. £50 Nintendo voucher. Ooh, tell us what you're going to spend it on.
Yes, 15. We will send that over to you. What I will do though, how do I reset this?
We're going to line up another one now for the Xbox gift card, which is also £15. Is that right, Harry?
Correct. They're both £15. So nice. Lining up the last one here.
No cutscene for this one.
No, I think it's still going to get. Unfortunately, okay, I can skip the cutscene. We're just going straight away. One more.
Here we go.
All right.
Okay. Oh.
Much better start for Chopsy's dad this time.
Yeah, that's right. Still on the track we love. It's all very clustered and neck and neck at this point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Until we get past the spirals, that's where the real game reveals itself.
Sarah's made a bold entry
Whoa.
once again. Is this going to be absolutely
Did it
scandalous?
backfire? Oh,
No, she made
leagues
it.
ahead. Leagues ahead. Peaches climbing up. Big
Ah,
honking.
is gone.
Did they land or are they gone? Oh, you're gone.
No, they
Sorry.
went. They went, sadly.
I thought it was going to be a surprise leader snatch, you know?
And
Leaping
they
ahead.
are randomized. Oh my gosh, Chopsy's dad has made a comeback. Oh
Right
my gosh.
behind Sarah.
Neck and neck.
They're wiggling down. Yeah, they're really not making any difference. They're
This is
pretty
where
much
the
at
difference
same
maker
point.
happens, though.
Right, exactly. This is where that tempo changed.
Oh my gosh. Oh, they've both
Oh, looks like Chopsy's dad is in the running though. A fine cannon jump.
Oh my days.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to Chopsy's dad, shortly followed by Peaches. That's amazing.
Chopsy's dad is getting a £15 Xbox gift card after it all going
Ah.
wrong in the round before this. Success. Victory is yours. Well done.
Incredible. Yeah,
And that's
thank
is
you.
that the last of our gift cards now?
That is the last of our gift cards, but I
Wow.
mean, this has gone pretty well. So I really hope for more games Talks Live. They will have more gift cards to give away for the online, because I think this has worked really well. It's been really cool seeing the chat so much more active than like we've seen for previous ones.
I've really enjoyed it as well. Oh, thank you, old man Harley. Congrats to the winners. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for taking part. And we've still got the big actual raffle. If you haven't yet entered it, the link was on the stream. We can grab it for you again, which I think you've probably still got a bit more time to get in there.
I think
That's not
they've
closed
booked all
yet.
the lists, so
Oh,
that's
you've just
probably
missed
on
it. But if you did take part, that raffle's going to be coming up live from Glasgow soon.
Pretty much. I think adding the
As well as, if you didn't hear it earlier, live music from the GGs.
Yeah, Colin's just going through the raffle now, so
Perfect. Here we go.
This is the Super Rare Games bundle. Oh, we can stay on for this. It's fine.
And the winner is Martina.
Yay!
Next up, we got the bundle of dark games from Super Rare Games.
And the winner is Ano Gallardo.
I've just realized
Ana
we've got like
Gallardo. I
live
said that
drum
wrong.
roll because the band is here. That's crazy.
I literally didn't even twig. It was so seamless.
The Games Talks Live production value is crazy.
Live band. Live sound effects.
Killen Farrell.
Yay!
Very
Well, I've
good.
just seen the fundraiser for Games Talks Live this year has been over £1,000 generated for War Child. That's honestly pretty fabulous.
Incredible.
So good.
Amazing work. Yeah. Oh, wow. What an achievement.
The winner is Taylor Adams Harriet.
Very well done.
And the last three prizes are all physical, so if you're here, come up and grab them before we go. If you're
Yeah, this is the plushie. I was thinking that too. I want to see it.
Dundee, whatever else we've been, then we'll get them posted out to you. So the first one is one of Rob's pickleball, I've forgotten the full name of it, the board game he was talking about earlier on. So let's spin the wheel for the first one of those.
And the winner is Cian Roach for a hot shot pickleball.
Good.
Cian is kindly asking us to re-roll it, so we're just making the drummer work for his money tonight. So let's re-roll that. Thank you, Cian.
The winner is Sean Balfour.
And the other copy of the pickleball game goes to...
Douglas.
Douglas. Whoever Douglas is.
The Douglas. The one and only.
One name like
I
Madonna.
hope I've only got one Douglas registered. Okay, and then finally we have the plushie.
The plushie. Good luck, everybody who wanted it.
Oh, Lucy really wants it.
Oh.
Stuart
Ross. Congratulations. The coveted plushie.
Yes.
Excellent.
£1,014 raised for War Child. Incredible.
Typical. He's just making my life difficult, isn't he? Sod's law. Brilliant. That's all our prizes. Thank you so much for the kind donations. It's amazing to keep raising such a huge amount of money for such brilliant causes. And thank you to all the publishers and companies that have donated prizes, because without you, we'd basically just be asking for donations rather than getting a chance to win a bunch of really cool prizes. That sadly is everything we've got time for, other than our headline act. Hope everyone's enjoyed the talks. It's been a huge variety of talks today. It's been great having people come from further afield. Had some great feedback, so I hope there's lots of follow-up conversations and everything. Plenty to reflect on and everything. So for all our speakers, I know some of them have had to shoot off for planes, to the States and things like this, but please give them another round of applause. They do make it look quite easy, but it is actually quite difficult given a 10-minute talk. However, if you fancy your chance at it, lots of people have done their first ever bit of public speaking at a Games Talks Live event. So if you fancy doing it for the next set, just give me a shout. We'll put it at a call nearer the time. But it's always a super friendly audience in every city we go to. So it's great just to get new faces up here. I need to give another thank you to all the sponsors and SGDA member companies that have made tonight possible. So thank you to each of 4G Studios, Blazing Griffin, Escape Technology, Game Maker, Hyperluminal Games, Screenburn Interactive, Ninja Kiwi, Pocket Size Hands, Team Terrible, Rivet Games, Blackadders, Johnston Carmichael, and just for this one only, Glasgow City Council. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Like I said, when we started doing this, or I started doing this many years ago, it was just me. But these days we've got so many people helping that it's fantastic. So a big thank you to the folks that have helped check everyone in on the front desk. Lewis and Jacob, please stand up and say hello. I know they've been working hard all night and not had a chance to speak to many people, but feel free to chat to them. They're hoping to join the industry soon, so get speaking to them. Sarah, our videographer, thank you very much, Sarah. We've been live streaming this all night, and I know we've got Harry and Lucy being online hosts, playing out a bunch of talks in the networking break, so a massive thank you to Harry and Lucy.
Oh, very lovely.
Thank you.
You're all very welcome. Thank you.
Shout out to Lucy for getting us audio from the event.
Behind the scenes, but Mike, if he's still here, has been helping us with marketing this week. Where's Mike? Mike's in the front here. Thank you so much, Mike. Fergus, that many of you know, has also been helping with the production side of things, so thank you, Fergus. We literally wouldn't hear or see anything if it wasn't for the lady at the back of the room, so thank you, Lucy.
Yeah, great
and
job,
Alex,
Lucy.
you've been a brilliant host. Thank you so much for doing this. I hope it's been fun.
It has been. It's been a lot of fun, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you, Alex. Any final reflections on the night or regrets?
I mean, tripping over the sign about 4 or 5 times, probably that one. And calling someone a talker, which sounds derogatory.
No, it's been brilliant. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this. Even though I think I've already said we've booked the venue for March, just in case people have changed their mind, what do you think? Should we do this again in March?
Yes.
That's good, because I don't think they were going to give me my deposit back. So the next day is Thursday, the 26th of March. We'll obviously get tickets on sale nearer the time. But thank you so much to the venue and everyone behind the bar, serving the food and everything. It's been great. The bar, I think, is going to stay open while the band are on. Once the GGs are finished, even if the bar up here has to shut, the bar downstairs will stay open. So you don't need to rush off if you don't want to. But otherwise, I think we're just got to leave you in the capable hands of the GGs. There are still cakes left. Help yourself. As you leave, if you can stick your lanyard in the box, we'll recycle them in the future. Thank you so much for coming along. This would be a rubbish event if nobody turned up, so thank you all so much. Round of applause for yourselves.
Thanks for you all at home.
Yeah, it's been so cool having you all here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to introduce our headline act?
Had fun.
I
hope
would,
you
but
all had
first,
fun
can we
too.
have one more big thank you for Colin and the Scottish Game Developers Association? Now, I'm sure you can't guess what the next thing's going to be, but it's going to be good. So if everyone would like to stand up, and if people would come a bit more forward and close. It's not a lecture. I promise they won't lecture you. This is going to be fantastic. I can't wait to hear this again. It's the GGs.
Right. See you in a little bit.
Enjoy the music.
Hello, hello. Luci, how hot's the guitar? How hot is the guitar coming through? Just give us a wee sec. Are we doing alright? Everything alright? Yeah. We were the GGs, dead professional. Everything goes really well. Commit as well. I talk into like dead mics. Is this live? No. Hell yeah. Yeah? Yeah? Ah, fuck. Much better,
Oh shit, here we go again. Oh shit, here we go. Oh shit, here we go again. Oh shit, here we go again.
Nice, nice, Santa. Is this working yet? Is this nah? This has been dope. You've got 2 songs left. Just keep bashing it.
There we have it. That was brilliant. I think that's it. You'll need to unmute yourself, by the way, Lucy, just to say.
Foiled at the very end. I did so well.
You're
Thank
doing
you.
so well.
I was doing so well. I said, did you have a favourite game tune? Oh,
There's more. There's more.
We're going. Wow,
That definitely
big
was the end.
finish!
Yay!
That felt
Yeah,
like
big
the
finish.
end.
I've got to finish with Rainbow Road. That's awesome.
Amazing.
Oh my
The
days.
GGs. Very
Yeah.
cool.
Gosh, the GGs are
And what a
amazing.
night. What a night of talks. Have you had a good
Yeah.
time, Harry?
I've had a good time. Yeah. To answer what you were saying, with what was my favorite one? I think it was definitely it's the Donkey Kong Country like underwater theme. It
The
goes
underwater
really well on
one.
covers. Yes.
So pretty. Yeah, that was a good one. That was
Yeah.
a good one.
What about you? What was your favorite?
I think I'd probably have to go Zelda, the Song of Storms, and I think it was Fairy Fountain in there, I heard, and there's a couple other Zelda themes, I think. And I mean, how can you not love Pokemon? Some classic Pokemon themes in there for us.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Sweet.
Yeah. I mean, and also not to put you in the hot seat. What do you think? What was your favorite talk from this evening? Do you think?
Oh, good question. I think hard to choose because they all had something very different and insightful that they brought to the table. I think probably the AI talk I
Yeah.
found really thought-provoking. What about you?
For me, again, all the talks were fantastic. So, all the talks were honestly fantastic. Just because again, I come from a place of loving applied games. I really love the one by Jennifer as well, just showing off all those weird, cool, applied games. It's just so much fun. And that's like the variety that
Absolutely.
you get with this show.
That's it. It's hard to choose. I loved all of them.
Yeah. But honestly, I kind of think that's everyone's sort of packing down now. We can definitely see. So it's
Might
probably
be
time for us to
wrapping
go
up.
as well.
Oh, I've had such a nice
yeah.
time. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. No, thank you for joining us, Lucy. It's been great having you. It's been great having you to,
pleasure.
come and talk and, bounce off of. It's been really cool. So
Oh, I'm glad.
we hope you come back.
Hopefully it's been nice and not annoying to have someone
No, it's been
else on the screen with
fabulous.
you.
No, it's been
Yeah,
fabulous.
I'd love to
honestly.
come back. I'd love to. Oh, thank you, Captain Death. Beer time. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone who's been hanging out with us online. I hope you've enjoyed.
Yeah,
It's
thank
been
you
lovely watching everything with
Yeah.
you. So thanks.
so much. Yeah, and congratulations to everyone who won a couple little gift cards. I'm literally in the process of sending them out right now to you.
Enjoy.
Yeah, enjoy those.
Tell us what you
Enjoy those
buy.
cards. Yeah, tell us what you buy. Yeah, sure. Yeah,
I want to know. Give us the recommendations.
we personally want to know what you spend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Oh, this is
again,
your
thank
first
you to
time.
everyone who's donated as well for the raffle. Oh,
Yeah.
thanks, Captain Death, for joining
Yeah,
us. for your
well, we're
first
glad.
time.
Yeah, there's other ones you can look to. You can look. We'd been doing this like hosting thing for the last 2 goes. So that was in April 2025 and October or November 2024. So, if you do want to get more of these kind of talks, they're all entirely different topics, go check those ones out as well. We've been doing this
Is
since
that on the website?
it's on the YouTube. Yeah, so it's on the YouTube where this is streaming. So if you do subscribe
On the YouTube.
on the YouTubes, if you do subscribe, you'll know where it is and you'll be able to find them. All the VODs. A bunch of them have timestamps to them. Not all of them, but like a lot of them. But this has been going on since again, like 2021, which is kind of well, no, not 2021 even earlier than that, like 2019, I think. Yeah, 2019.
I feel like it was pre-pandemic lockdown,
Yeah.
wasn't it, that it started? So way back
Yeah.
when. Well,
Wow.
it's a very good thing you're all doing. So well
Yeah,
done.
it's super lovely. Yeah.
Great.
I think that's going to be it from us. We hope you have a lovely rest of your evening, everybody. Evening or day if you're coming to us from like
Or
South
early
America.
morning if you're in India.
Or early morning if you're in
South
India. Yeah,
America.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks
I think
again,
we-
folks. Thank you, Harry. And we'll hopefully see you again in
hope to
person
see
or
you soon.
via the screen.
Absolutely, yes. Right. See you later, everybody. Thank you again. Goodbye.